can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Why I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, do another smile, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time, that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me?
Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. Isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like,
You can't refuse it. You know we strong, you know we bold, you know we ready for it. And any problem in this world, we gonna handle it. You coulda young, you coulda old, you know we built for this. We brave, you know we bold, you know we ready for it. And any trouble in this world, we gonna handle it. And when we come together, we dismantle it. And when we come official, put we stamp on it. And any problem in this world, we gonna trample it. Yo, this new generation, this is the new age. Heading to the future, coming out the cage. Get crazy, misbehave. Get crazy, misbehave. Get crazy, misbehave. Are you ready for the rave? Jump on, misbehave. Hey yo, you're ready for the rave. Everybody, we coming out the cage. Party people, hey, hey, hey. Jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up. Hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up. Hands up, hands up. Who wants them? Hold on. Hey, turn up. Hey, turn up. Hey, hands up. We jumping, yes, we jumping on the road. So much vibes up, yes, we ready to explode. We raving, don't you step into my lane. This feeling, yes, it's hard to explain. Flowing through my veins, flowing through my brain, driving me insane. Hey yo, get crazy, misbehave. Get crazy, misbehave. Get crazy, misbehave. Are you ready for the rave? Hey, 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 hey. Jump on, misbehave. You're ready for the rave. We coming out the cage. Jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up. Hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up. Hands up, hands up. Are you ready for the rave? Get wild, misbehave. You're ready for the rave. Get wild, misbehave. What they want from me, 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 what they want from me. What they want from me.
When the lights go out, we start moving, running through it all that dope. We ain't losing, we ain't gonna fall back, now we going in. Ain't nobody stopping us, only option to win. So we take it all, never fall on gas. And we going hard, no flaws, all facts. If you wanna call it a bluff, let's dance. But you better trust that you stand no chance. We on that next level. We on that next level. We on that next level. No capping, ain't nobody quite as good when I'm rapping. When I hit the stage, the flames they start flying. Ironic, the king of the jungle, but not lying. Wouldn't be as good as me if I stopped trying. Better just pick a corner and start crying. I'll be the one they looked up to when I'm crashing down. I was born for the throne, I look good in that crown. When the lights go out, we start moving, running through it all that dope. We ain't losing, we ain't gonna fall back, now we going in. Ain't nobody stopping us, only option to win. So we take it all, never fall on gas. And we going hard, no flaws, all facts. If you wanna call it a bluff, let's dance. But you better trust that you stand no chance. We on that next level. We on that next level. I look good in that crown. We on that next level.
Welcome to the FIFA E-Club World Cup, where the top players from the world's best clubs battle it out to become one of 6 FIFA E-Club World Cup 2021 zone winners. To make it to the zone finals, the clubs went through a tough qualification process. Let's take a step back and look at how the clubs made it here. The FIFA E-Club online qualifiers were split into 6 zones. In each zone, the clubs were divided into different conferences, where they competed in up to 3 divisions. Based on their performances, clubs moved up or down in the divisions. The qualifiers ran over the course of 4 weeks, with multiple rounds. Every week, the competition got tougher as the bottom divisions dropped off. Clubs fought to secure their spot in the zone finals by means of a consistency ranking, or by being the best placed club in the final week of qualifiers. After an action-packed qualification round, the 42 best clubs from all over the world are competing in 6 zones. Let's have a look at how the zone finals are set up. Like the qualifiers, the zone finals are split into 6 different zones. Zones have been divided into different groups based on the number of participating clubs in each zone. Clubs have battled it out in a round-robin style competition, which means that every club has competed against one another. This setup continued to knockout stages and now culminates in a zone final with the 2 best clubs. By the end of the FIFA E-Club World Cup 2021, the 6 zone winners will be crowned.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Had my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Keep the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't call me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength that I keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength that I keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. This is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
Give me the money, give me the loot, give me the racks. Give me the hundreds, give me the skrilla, give me the stacks. Give me the bread, give me the cheese, give me the cash. Give me the feta, give me the cheese, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Now give me that, come up off that, cause I want that. You can see that, I'ma need that. Show me where the G's at, where you keep that. I ain't looking for no feedback. It's the G's, man. You should know that I'm a glutton for money, cash. Though if you got it, pass that over to me, cause if I want it fast. I'm slacking them dollars. You know what I'm about, plus I be popping them collars. We in and we out. I got confessions and obsessions for getting the bag. Here's a lesson, just stay flexible when getting the stag. I want the 10s, 20s, 50s, 100 and more. But you should already know, because you said it before. Give me the money, give me the loot, give me the racks. Give me the hundreds, give me the skrilla, give me the stacks. Give me the bread, give me the cheese, give me the cash. Give me the feta, give me the cheese, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. I be hitting my dough up, that like a cold cut. So much of my throw up, man, I gotta eat. Here go the proof, new, like the old buck come. No, it don't slow up, that's what I'ma hold up. All this money going straight to the roof. I just be stacking my money though, more give me more. Yeah, whole lot of rolls around my waist, skinny but fat, I got tummy roll. The paper we talking, the money flow. My pockets to see where the money go. Whole lot of dough, I'm getting cake. No candle, neither I'm very yo. I'ma get bread, hits and I'm dead. Gotta get it by the low. Bitch in my head, my favorite bread. Man, you always got my bow. Gotta get it coast to Joe. Give me the money, give me the loot, give me the racks. Give me the hundreds, give me the skrilla, give me the stacks. Give me the bread, give me the G's, give me the cash. Give me the fat, give me the cheese, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag. Yeah, I want it, give me the bag. Yeah, I need it, give me the bag. I be on it, give me the bag. Yeah, I see it, give me the bag. Ain't no stopping, give me the bag. I'ma make it, give me the bag. If you got it, give me the bag. I'ma take it, give me the bag.
And we taking our time. Yeah, it's all about the vibes. Okay.
We're taking it We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. 'Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes.
Vibe with it, it's a good time. We don't worry about the hate. We just pass it to the side, grab a drink, pour it up, say what's good, feeling right. All your friends, they invited, bring a bottle through the night. Tell them, we gon' get it lit, we gon' get it lit. Get a little throw, get a little bent, have a good time. Ay, and you don't need a vent. On tilt, we gon' really get it in, right? Right. Ain't no time to be lazy, oh no. I got a dozen girls coming, they crazy for show. And not a single girl rating an 8 or below. I swear to God, they gon' love it the way that I flow. Hey, yeah, and we gon' take it slow. Spending time while you turn up at a vacant show. You can take your time, shawty, you don't need to go. We at a house party chillin' if you need to know.
We're taking it We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. 'Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes.
I've been vibing with you from the jump. See the crib, I ain't even got a stunt. Making hits, I don't ever try to blunt. When I pull up, everybody wanna front now. They acting brand new every time I touch down. And to my haters, all I gotta say is what now? They say hello to the new whip, flirt with your new chick. All on TMZ, so the rights all exclusive. I'm playing with you, I know you playing too. We laying back in the cut, got the eagle view. I do this all the time, really ain't nothing new. I ain't frontin' on you, shorty, what I say is true. And now we chillin', we ain't worried about the biz though. Ay, stress-free, living like kids though. And if the vibe stay right like it is, when it's all said and done, we gon' end up more than friends.
We're taking it We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. 'Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes.
I got my own, I drive my own car, I got my own whip. You already know it. Hey, y'all make noise and y'all just focus. I gotta focus. I do not hang around women that golden. You keep it noted. I get the money and y'all getting no biz. I don't do poses. I keep it pushing, yeah, I keep it coasting. Whole team rolling. Shorty act up so you know that I'm ghosting. My season approaching. I got the juice, yeah, I got the potion. Let's get to toasting. Drinking my cup, yeah, let's get to poke. Hey, what's up? Pour another in my cup. Hop in a whip, pull up, yeah. All of my girls show love, they live in the hills, do drugs. Want more, now they can't get enough. Got my own thing, got my own thing. Nah, I don't do what everybody does, no. Hey, what's up, yeah. What's up, yeah. Hey, what's up, yeah. Stop playing. I gotta know what you saying. You telling me you a fan. Why you DM me from Japan? You gotta love me. I do this music, put nothing above it. I had a shorty, but I had to cut it, 'cause I had no time to give her what she wanted. I gotta get to the bag like ASAP. I want a brand new Maybach. Whole lot of people done doubted me. Me stunting on them is a payback. I hate to say that, but I'm buying whips and I pay cash. You should see where I stay at, 'cause they think I'm selling that A-flat. Hey, what's up? Pour another in my cup. Hop in a whip, pull up.
The 42 best clubs in the world, ready to write history and become legends of the badge. Ultimate glory is at stake, a chance to create a legacy at their fingertips, with dreams of achieving greatness, making their way to the biggest stage. But only 6 will be crowned this year's FIFA E-Club World Cup Zone winners.
For the game, I came here for the sport. Run it, we gon' stay 100. Run it, give it all or nothing.
Hello and welcome to the FIFA E-Club World Cup 2021 as we delve into South America for the Zone 5 finals. ELS Torneos will be taking on FUTWIZ Brazil to be crowned champions. My name is Layla Annalene and I'm joined by Spencer Owen. How are you doing? Show 3.
It is exactly show 3. We're going to crown another champion in a massive zone, let's be honest. Zone 5, aka South America. When you think of football, free-flowing attacking football, I think of South America personally.
Good man.
I'd like to think people think of England because we created football, but let's face it, they perfected it.
Yeah.
And I think we see that in FIFA as well, not just on the real pitch, on the virtual pitch as well. We're going to see some attacking games, lots of goals, lots to look forward to.
I'm excited. So let's have a look at these two teams, ELS Torneos and FUTWIZ Brazil. How do they stack up?
Well, statistically speaking, if you talk about the rankings as individuals, ELS Torneos have got the #1 man, on Xbox at least, for the whole of South America. Okay, he's joint #1 ranked right now. That's massive. I know it's a team sport, but to have him in your corner is pretty good. His partner, MH7, 27th on PlayStation, which is obviously a little bit lower than first, but it's still a solid partnership, I think, in terms of rankings. In fact, they outrank both opponents from the FUTWIZ team, which on paper would make FUTWIZ the underdogs. You're looking at Lugo, who's currently 40th ranked on PlayStation compared to his opponent's 27th, and then Vinny, 11th on Xbox, up against the #1 man on Xbox. So if you're going off rankings alone, which doesn't always tell a true story, but if you are, then you say FUTWIZ are underdogs and it's Torneos to lose.
It's going to be an exciting one. Our Zone 5 reporter has been following the teams right from the beginning. Juan Osorio, I would love to speak to him as well, and I believe he's on the line to speak to us now. Juan, how are you?
Good, how are you guys? Good to see you.
Good. It's final day. It's all coming up to this moment. And I wanted you to give us a little bit of an update because we've seen these teams just the other day in the knockout stages.
Yes, they have really great performances, especially the FUTWIZ, that they have been pretty much the survivors of the entire Zone 5. I mean, they qualified 4th in their conference, they qualified 2nd in the group stage, and they beat yesterday Basel. They were one of the favorite teams for winning titles, so they made it to the final by a late goal. Vini just made a great goal at last minute, and the ELS has just shown a lot of consistency. I mean, they qualified 1st in their conference, they qualified 1st in their group stage, and yesterday they showed some dominance against SPQR. They won 2-0 to make it to the final.
Yeah, Juan, for sure. I mean, let's dive a little bit deeper into the statistical kind of analysis of these two teams and these two players, these 4 players, I should say.
Yes, if we take an overview, like from the general point from the entire Zone 5 qualification, FUTWIZ has won 15 games out of 20 they've played, so they've won 75% of what they've played, and they scored 106 goals, and they have conceded 84. That means that average they score 5.3 goals every time they play, and they concede only 4.2. Different from the ELS, they have won 18 games out of 21 matches they've played, so that's 94% of high performance. They won a lot of games. They have scored 166 goals and have conceded 97. So they scored around 7.9 goals every time they play, but they concede 4.6, different from the 4.2 that FUTWIZ concede. So you can tell they are very good defensive teams, especially the FUTWIZ. So we can say that we're going to watch one of the best offensive teams in the entire Zone 5 against one of the best defensive teams in the entire zone.
So we've heard statistically, but I'm quite curious as to your personal opinion stylistically, how they compare, how they sort of stack up against each other, and also a prediction from you, please.
Well, the first prediction I can tell you guys is that we're going to see a really tight final. These two teams, these two players are really, the four players are really, really good in their consoles. Like Lugo, he has only won one, but it's not difficult. I mean, he's not easy to beat. Vinny is unbeaten, as you guys were mentioning. He's one of the best players in the zone. MH has won 5 games in the PlayStation in the entire knockout stage, and PH has only won 2. So they're really tight, although I really believe ELS is going to take it today for the final spoken in Portuguese.
Oh, thank you very much, Juan. Nice speaking to you. I appreciate that. When he says he thinks, thank you, it's going to be tight. Is he teasing us with more penalties, more of that tension, more of the stress that we've had already today?
I mean, I wouldn't write it off.
Yeah.
We've seen so many, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, actually, how many games have been decided by penalties. I think he's also maybe being a bit diplomatic, you know, maybe because he's closer to those guys. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest and say statistically there is only one winner here. That doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. I'm a big fan of FUTWIZ. I've said many times before, I'm a big fan of their whole organisation, what they're doing. But there's other stats we can look at as well, to be honest, like the fact that slightly misleading this stat because Vinny has played one leg more than his teammate Lugo, but across the group stage earlier in the week and yesterday's knockout matches, Lugo scored 4 goals for FUTWIZ, Vinny scored 18.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
But when you consider the fact that Lugo's potentially got to play an extra game in this final, they're more reliant on the man who, if we're being critical, has performed not as good. That could be a massive, have a massive sway on this final. But equally, if you were going to say which player is stronger out of the ELS boys, you'd say, even though he didn't have the best day yesterday, it would be PhD, and he's also going to play less. So that's the point of this tournament. The point of this tournament is you're only as good as your weaker player. It's a team game, and they've both got to rely on their statistically weaker player.
Let's have a look at how they qualified out the group stages. We've got the groups here, because this tells a story as well.
Well, ELS Torneos won their group, and they've been one of the front runners since minute 1, really. We saw a few shocks in the group stages, like Inter crashing out in Group B in a ridiculously tough Group B. Everyone had 6 points. It was very tight indeed. But Group D is where you can see FUTWIZ. They came through in second, and that's what Juan was referencing there. They haven't really convinced in any point in the tournament, FUTWIZ. They've just squeezed their way through, 4th in qualification, 2nd in the group. Doesn't matter any of that. You get yourself in the final, you're in the final. It doesn't matter how you get there.
Exactly.
It's these next few games that matter. So I wouldn't hold that against them. But again, it just further kind of creates this narrative of Torneos being the favourites.
We've got a spider draw as well that shows us a little bit clearer the journey to the final. Again, like you referenced, really, it's all a fresh start once you get here, though, isn't it?
Exactly. You look at that first game for Torneos there in the quarterfinals against TTB. They could have crashed out. 3 games, all went 3-2 scoreline. Obviously, they lost the second one, which meant that third game was the decider. It went to extra time. We've seen some highlights from it here. So they were reliant on extra time even to get to the semi-finals Torneos, let alone the final. So I wouldn't read too much into the fact they've got all these stats in their favour. You've still got to win the game in front of you. These are some of the goals right here. They went 2-0 up against TTB. It came back to 2-1. As I mentioned, this game did go all the way to extra time. There's a chance down the right here. Linking up, Ronaldo puts it away for, of course, the Brazilian team here. And there is a second goal for TTB, but it's a little bit too late, not enough. And yeah, ELS do get the win ultimately. They go through to the semi-final next, which they played against SPQR, which is another great game, of course. But this one was a little bit more of an easier match, shall we say. So a 4-0 win in the end for ELS here against SPQR, who are another really strong team as well. So this is where they really cemented their label as a favourite, if you like. Some great goals here. Fantastic strikes. That was the third. 88th minute here. They weren't finished. They went and got another one. Ronaldo gets the other side of his defender. Cheeky little dink. Nice finish. So 4-0. That's how they booked their place in the final.
We've got some goals from FUTWIZ as well to show us. But firstly, here, this spider draw, yeah, that's how they got there to the final. So this is FUTWIZ in their quarterfinals as well, I believe. Yeah,
this is against Medellin here, and they actually scored a penalty here, which made it 1-1. Medellin getting back in it. But this was a 2-1 win. Crucially, what I want to take your attention to in this highlight is the minute of the goal. Because it's not the first time that we see FUTWIZ clutch up when it matters. They get the narrow 2-1 win. That takes them through to the semi-final. And this is actually a 3-2 win, but it's also a late goal that clutches it for them again. Will we see more late drama? This is calamitous defending from Spider-Kong here for Basel. Obviously, Nicholas's partner tries to clear the ball. Hullet with the touch of destiny, finds his partner, puts it away. And there was some great moments here for both players. I really like that goal there. The little pullback, reverse pass, makes the finish easy, makes the goal look easier than it actually was. This is Spider-Kong making it interesting. Keeper movement made it easy for him, 2-2. But look at the clock. Again, it is that last minute winner for FUTWIZ. They find a way to win They might do it again in the final.
Crucial last-minute goals and also, crucially, the perfect pronunciation of Medellin, which we've now confirmed via Entourage. Yeah, brilliant. Sorry, I had no idea how to pronounce it the other day, but now we've got it right. So both of them with sort of similar but different journeys to here, and like you say, it's completely refreshed and started again from this point. How are they going to be feeling right now?
Again, I think we've seen a little bit today with these other finals we've done that we've got a favourite going into it. This is another, I would say, a favourite statistically, and I think that really helps the underdogs. We saw it help massively the Direwolves guys. We all wrote them off, didn't they? They wrote themselves off and they went and win it in the Oceania region. So there's no reason why FUTWIZ can't win this. I definitely want to stress that. Whilst I'm saying that statistically on paper they're the underdogs, it doesn't mean I don't think they'll win, because anything can happen. This is 5 games as well, don't forget, a best of 5. We haven't actually seen a best of 5 go to a 5th game yet. They've all been done in 4 matches. Will we see the first round of 5? We might do it. It's going to be great for the neutral if we do.
It could be a tight one. It'd be cool to see. Well, firstly, let's meet the players, get to know them a little bit more. These are the guys from Torneios.
Bom, descrever minha equipe é muito fácil. Uma equipe com muito planejamento, muita estrutura para a gente ter sempre os melhores resultados.
Eu acho que nossa equipe até agora tem sendo muito sólida, desde as fases dos playoffs. A gente sempre está top 3, top 2, e não tenho dúvidas que a gente tenha o máximo de chance de ganhar amanhã.
E quanto ao meu parceiro, não tenho dúvidas que eu fiz a escolha certa desde o momento que o Renato me deu essa possibilidade de escolher. Um jogador fantástico, um amigo pessoal.
Acho que a nossa equipe é muito unida, tanto eu como o PH. É a segunda vez que a gente faz um campeonato de grupos. E sobre o PHzinho não tenho nem o que falar. Na minha opinião, hoje é o melhor jogador da América no Xbox. E estou feliz demais com a nossa campanha até aqui.
Sim, a diferença entre jogar em uma equipe e jogar individualmente é o fato de não depender sempre de si, um ajudar ao outro, independente da vitória ou da derrota, estar sempre junto, buscando.
I love to hear that they can rely on each other when it gets dangerous, to dangerous moments. I think that's quite pivotal now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what they say in interviews.
Yeah.
When you look
Do they
across
mean it?
and you've won your games and your mate has lost his games, trust me, it makes it quite hard. So it tests the relationship both ways, the good moments and the bad moments. If there's a friendship there, it's going to help. If there's good management from the top, it's going to help. But we can't stress enough, this is a really solid team, particularly because they have PH in, who is the best player in South America, I think I'm fair to say right now, because he's won 2 out of 3 regional qualifiers. That's really hard to do. Most people aren't even making it to the qualifying event, let alone winning 2 out of 3. And his teammate, MH7's not doing too bad either. So, again, they're in a fine run of form.
Let's see how FUTWIZ feel when they're in front of a camera.
Eu jogo FIFA desde o FIFA 10, onde eu jogava campeonatos online e tô até hoje aí em treino competitivo no FIFA 17.
Eu jogo FIFA desde o FIFA 15 e no FIFA 17 eu consegui classificar pela Weekend League e depois disso eu vi que eu queria isso para minha vida e estou aqui até hoje.
Sobre a FUTWIZ, é uma equipe que me abraçou aí, né? Tanto o Dan, e ele acredita muito aí no meu potencial e na minha jogabilidade, e só tenho a agradecer, até porque é a única das equipes, das equipes de fora que acabaram confiando num cara de outro continente, né?
O Vini, meu irmão, que sem ele acho que ele não estaria aqui, e eu espero manter essa amizade pro resto da vida no FIFA.
Minha família sempre tá acompanhando, né? Tanto nas transmissões aí, eles me mandam vídeos, prints e com certeza eles vão estar apoiando aí, principalmente...
Eu acho que seria um sonho, tanto meu quanto do Vini. A gente trabalha muito para isso. Espero ganhar amanhã. E é isso. A gente tem que ganhar e ganhar amanhã.
Vinny, my brother, without him I wouldn't be here. I mean, we're hearing some strong words. This is a team.
We're also hearing Lugo wants to do this for the rest of his life as well.
Life.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. What happened inevitably, the first 40, 50, 60, 70, now I say 80-year-old FIFA player.
Yes.
It will happen. It could be Lugo. Who knows?
Well, you mentioned the importance of football in Brazil. It transfers into the virtual world too.
Exactly. I mean, there's so many great stories. You know, it's a country rich in footballing history, and it's no surprise to me to see how many of the players that made it far in this tournament in this region were Brazilian. No disrespect to the other countries, but that is a nation that is not just football mad, it's FIFA mad as well.
It's obviously a very big region as well, hotly contested. How important is this title for them today?
Yeah, well, we know Brazilian's going to win it, whatever team gets it. And I think that's really good for them because as a region, South America has, in my opinion, produced some of the best players in recent years. Nicholas probably been the standout name of recent times. There's a few others, of course. Maybe as a region, though, it's not given the respect it deserves. I talked about how I like the fact that because it's been regionalised this year, we're seeing certain players get a bit more airtime. But I think we should talk about FUTWIZ as well in that same bracket because they're a team that have committed to players in multiple continents. We've seen one of their teams in the Australia or Oceania region. We know, obviously, it's a UK-based team and they have European players. And this is a really great performance for them to get to the final of South America. I've got to give a lot of respect to the guys at FUTWIZ because they're really trying to grow the game across the world. And that's what we need in FIFA eSports.
Well, it's a big day for our players today and we have a little surprise for them in the form of some support.
Olá, estamos aqui do Rio de Janeiro torcendo pelo nosso player favorito, nosso MH. Meu filho, sua família se reuniu para passar energias positivas para você e dizer para você que nós te amamos! Estamos aqui torcendo por você. A vitória é sua! Beijo!
What's up, guys? Dr. Nightwatch here, FUTWIZ Pro European. Just want to stop by, wish best of luck to our FUTWIZ teammates, our FUTWIZ boys in South America in their final in the eClub World Cup tonight. Vinny, Lugu, go smash it, take it home. You've gotten there, you've got this. Good luck.
Hey Vinny, Gustavo, it's Dan here. Just wanted to wish you both the best of luck in today's final. We're all so incredibly proud of you making it this far and representing us in Brazil. We're cheering for you across the world and we're looking forward to seeing you get it done in the final. So bring it home. Come on, vamos!
And so it all comes down to this moment. Zone 5 South American final. ELS Torneos versus FUTWIZ Brazil. As we go over to our casters, Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, the end of play here on Saturday in the FIFA E-Club World Cup. We've already crowned 2 zone winners, Richard Buckley. It's time to crown another one, I think. And I mean, we're looking at one of the biggest zones in this FIFA E-Club World Cup. South America, $61,500 was the prize pot for just this zone. This grand final worth $23,500. Some serious money on the line and some brilliant words of encouragement there.
I've been trying to get FUTWIZ down on a broadcast for about 4 years. Whoever got that done, fair play to you, because he does not do it easily. But supporting his FUTWIZ boys right here, this is going to be an unbelievable final. Both teams, offense versus defense, attack versus defense. I cannot wait to get this underway. And really, we commentated the Oceania game earlier on today, where we said it was going to be the PS games. That's what we assumed were going to be the decisive points and the decisive matches, the swing matches, shall we say. For me, again, it's the PS games. If Lugo can get a win against MH in those big decisive matches, Game 1 and Game 3 particularly, I think FUTWIZ will take this game because we've seen PH in 4-0 win yesterday, but the day before that, it didn't look great, shall we say, especially sort of in the early stages. He was losing a couple of matches, he was dropping games as well, and Vinny's been unbeaten in this entire process. He's not dropped a game. He has been the man to go to for FUTWIZ. So if he can get a win in that early game, Lugo, I think FUTWIZ could take this.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think it took to the end of play yesterday to see that big performance from PHM because I remarked him as the player to beat. He's joint top on the Xbox rankings at the moment, joint with Resende of Inter Esports. On the flip side, I remember Dan and Mark sitting in these very 2 seats yesterday saying MH7 deserves more credit. Yep. He played so well yesterday and it was so important that he picked up those big results. He goes up against, as we said, Lugo Toledo of FUTWIZ, a player that's been in the scene for quite some time, Richard.
Yeah, he has indeed. We saw him FIFA 17 at those qualifiers where Nicholas was also playing there in Los Angeles almost 4 years ago. Well, here we go. Finals day in Zone 5. We've already crowned 2 Club World Cup champions, Direwolves and 25 eSports. Who's going to be rounding out the day on the podium spot?
Well, here we go then. Zone 5. Grand finals here in the FIFA E-Club World Cup. We've already crowned 2 of our zonal final winners, 25 eSports. And of course, Dire Wolves from Zone 1 earlier this morning could be kicking off with an early goal in this game. It will be ELS Torneos Online, kicking from left to right in this first half. And of course, with that unique kit-in game of Team FUTWIZ, it will be Lugo kicking from right to left. different stories in terms of how they got to the FIFA Club World Cup, Richard. One team finished top of the pile, looked so good, have not looked like they've really been in any sort of worry in the nicest way of eLigaSul. They've made it look so easy in terms of qualification, top the group. When they got to the Club World Cup finals, one of the 42 teams, one of the 12 teams in South America in Zone 5. On the flip side for FUTWIZ, got through in a top 4 position in their conference. Chance now for Lugo to maybe get us underway. Pele, lovely ball back inside. Just about does enough with the legs of the goalkeeper in the end. Came into the group stages. Maybe not the most convincing group phase, but still finished second with 5 points and a clear of the team in third.
Also have to remember, Brandon, in those quarterfinals, FUTWIZ did it in 2 matches. They didn't need to go to the game 3, whereas eLigaSul Torneios, it was a 3rd match and only a 3-2 win to send them through in those quarterfinals. In the semi-finals, we saw the classic PHZin that we expected with a 4-0 victory. And I think for Team FUTWIZ, they got a lot of confidence out of beating Basel. They were the team that a lot of eyes were on. Spider-Con and Nicholas, the dream duo we were talking about coming into this tournament. And it was a huge win for Team FUTWIZ, doing the business against FC Basel.
Well, it was back-to-back wins, wasn't it, for Vinny? It had to go to a 3rd and final game. Spider-Con beat Vinny 3-2 in the semi-finals yesterday. It was the last game of the day. Then Nicholas grinded out a 1-0 result against Lugo. Went back to the 3rd game, as you've alluded to, and Vinny won that 3-2. I mean, a player, as you said, who had a brilliant season last year, rounded out the year in a sort of unfinished year in a top 10 spot. That was enough to catch the eye of Team FUTWIZ. Put pen to paper with them and has not looked back since signing for that organisation within the UK. Currently 0-0, 21 minutes played here. You might be looking at the teams and thinking, well, these are pretty jazzy. There's icons, there's team of the years. It's because they're playing on a very special eSports edition of the game.
Absolutely no restrictions on these squads right now for both of these 2 players. It's the so-called eSports edition of FIFA 21, where it's every single player is available to use up to a certain cut-off date. That cut-off date was pre-icon moments for these 2 competitors and all the competitors in the Club World Cup zonal finals.
And this being played over a best of 5. It was best of 3 in yesterday's quarter-finals and semi-finals. Both teams remained unbeaten to continue their run into this grand final in Zone 5 of the FIFAe Club World Cup. Only one team can be a champion and be crowned the 3rd of 6. We'll be crowning 3 more champions tomorrow. Plenty more action coming here at the FIFAe Club World Cup. Lovely build-up play this is from Lugo. Waiting for the right time to strike. Can he find the feet of R9? Lovely cut back inside, and that's the first goal in this game.
Unbelievable first-time fake shot from Lugo, taking it away from MH's defender. And prime R9 doing the business in the box. Great finish past the goalkeeper. Bottom right corner was his target, and he hit it with pinpoint accuracy, putting Team FUTWIZ 1-0 up.
It was all about the fake shot, wasn't it? The ball came into him. One thing you want to know about R9, he's got a 5-star weak foot. He can go on his left, he can go on his right. Plus a handful of incredible in-game stats, especially in and around the box. FUTWIZ lead by a 1-0. The 3rd played on this game. We'll say it again and again and again until this tournament is over. It doesn't matter how you win these individual games. Just get the win. We saw that in a prime example yesterday for Nicholas, who was just grinding out 1-0 wins. He did not care how it happened. Chance for Lugo to find a second. Brilliant dribbling from Mbappe. That's team of the year, Mbappe. Does pull out Carlos Alberto, way out of position, just onside. It's the Parisian forward. Still linking another team of the year item, Alphonso Davies. This is nice. Back to R9, into Ronaldo. Can he turn his man? Dancing in the box, off the post.
Ooh, should have gone in. He looked for the FaceTime fake shot again. He did it in front of the defender, going with his momentum. Quick left stick dribbling, turning into the near post, and a great strike hitting the upright. Should be 2-0 to Team FUTWIZ.
Yeah, for a player that we applauded his performances yesterday. Hasn't had the best of starts. MH7 looking to get things moving for his team. Chance, brilliant ball, 1-9, just about squeezes it in. It would have been a penalty if not the referee played some sort of advantage that allowed R9 to have a shot. You saw the tackle from, surprise, surprise, Paolo Maldini.
Has it gone down as an R9 goal? It's an own goal, yeah. The tackle coming in, I think it's actually took Maldini's touch off the slide tackle into the back of the net. Harsh way to concede. The referee would have given a penalty anyway. However, level game, and I've got to say a little bit unfortunate for Team FUTWIZ with the CR7 strike. Should have probably gone in, but at half-time, one apiece between eLigaSul Torneios and Team FUTWIZ Brazil.
I mean, it's more the case of how you generated that sort of power from a tackle from Maldini. Funny enough, it's Maldini again that's on the sort of the end of our target in terms of him making mistakes. That was the goal that Vinny did score to go 1 goal to the good. I should say Lugo went 1 goal to the good. And then this was the goal at the end. We thought it was a shot from R9. It was definitely going to be a penalty, we thought. But yeah, looks to be an own goal from Maldini, and not the goal you want to remember conceding in the nicest way if you're a Team FUTWIZ fan.
Yeah, you see at half-time there in game number 1. 5 games potentially going to be played to find out who will be victorious here in Zone 5. Coming up next, we've got PHZin against FUTWIZ Vinny, and then we repeat MH7 against Lugo. If we need to go to game 4, PHZin against Vinny again, and then game 5, well, we go back to where it all started. MH7 against Lugo.
Yeah, and that's why it's played over 5 legs of FIFA until we find that overall champion. Yet to see a team do it. Across all 5 games yet. To see that sort of reverse sweep that we nearly did see earlier today in our first zonal finals. Now in Oceania. Back underway though. 1-1 the scoreline here. So just to allude on that point from Richard, if any of the games are all square after 90 minutes, we will go into extra time and penalties if needed. It seemed like a very popular talking point in Europe. That was penalties. They're going to be in action tomorrow, the Zone 4 finals. What final that one plans to be. Alongside that, the Asia finals and North America all taking place tomorrow in the FIFA E-Club World Cup. So many games that you do not want to miss, this one included.
We're only halfway done in the finals. We've got another day. 3 more finals to get through.
Player that we were talking about heavily yesterday, Bruno Fernandes, picks up the ball in the Maestro midfield. So many players, every single FUTWIZ shirt now back in his own half. Davies, chance to drive forward and show off some of that pace that the Canadian fullback does have and will offer you. ELS Torneios, chance now. Lovely ball inside. It was one of them. Didn't really have too much sting on the cross. Easy day for Schmeichel.
Got down quickly, did Schmeichel as well. No sort of bobbling shot over him. No rebounds in. The goalkeeper making sure he got down quick and made any danger potentially quickly alleviated inside the box.
Here comes another chance now to get that ball forward. MH7
chance.
That's in a very strong position in these rankings. 27 chance back to goal. It's R9 again. Can't really wrap his foot around the ball. It's Lev Yashin. He has to be called upon to make the save. Still 1-1 the scoreline. Just a quick one on ELS Torneios. And their PlayStation player in MH7. There might be 26 spots between him and his teammate in the rankings. Played in qualifier number 3. As you know, the global series is a little bit different this year. Well, that is unfolding. There is 5 qualifiers in South America. MH7 is one of those players that's been able to be involved in one of those. There's a top 16 finish for him there on the PlayStation. On the flip side, for Lugo, yet to see him make it into one of those qualifiers. But we have to allude on what he said in this interview. Was it FIFA 15 or FIFA 17? Sorry, it was that he got his first call-up into the FIFA Pro scene. One of our first ever tournaments we got to commentate on, in fact, out in Los Angeles. He was there, and it looks like he sort of built upon that.
Just going back to that strike from R9 on the double tap, you expect R9 to have a better connection of the ball there as well. Just no real conviction in the strike from the Brazilian icon. Team FUTWIZ. Lugo right now just taking the sting out of the game a little bit. He's held possession for about 6-7 minutes.
We're going to see a sort of smash and grab in these last 10 minutes. Ball's being cued by one of these two players. We maybe get to see that. Remember, if we are all square after 90 minutes, extra time will be in front of us. Only the first game in this best of 5. And we could already need 30 more minutes to decide where that first point on the board is going. Here comes ELS now. Loving this ball on the left-hand side with Davies, trying to make sure he can get an extra pass into the attack, or just the overload on the left-hand side that full-back will offer you. You can see it time and time again from any pro play. Get the full-backs involved, create an overload. Still in possession, still waiting. The perfect chance, does get dispossessed. Chance now for Lugo. 5 minutes left.
You thought for a second he might have gone for a quick counter-attack. Again, deciding to play the long game, holding the ball, waiting for that final chance of the game. More interested in making sure it's the final opportunity to score rather than just another opportunity to score. Offside trap, that is very nice.
Done well. That's Maldini from all the way at centre-back that came forward to win that one. That chance then comes to nothing. We go back again now for Team FUTWIZ. That pause I don't think will be happening until the end of this game. Wins the ball back on the flip side. It's the battle of the midfield, so it seems. And a chance to break with the last chance of the game for MH7. Lofts that into the box. Back to Virgil van Dijk. Richard Buckley. First game in the best of 5. We need extra time.
I mean, we heard it from the zone reporters, we heard it from Spencer and Layla. He doesn't concede a lot of goals, but also doesn't score a lot of goals, does Lugo. So only 1-0 when you consider what's happened in this game. Each player scoring a goal apiece. Extra time and penalties. I'm not surprised, in all honesty, if this game is separated by penalties.
It's been that tightly contested, isn't it? Of course, outside of this tournament, we know that MH7 and his teammate in PHN have played their FIFA for Team R10. You can just see him was subbed on. Now he's subbed off Ronaldinho. Keep R9 on the pitch. That says a lot about the trust he has in that player.
Eusebio was well brought on.
Big changes. And that is what the beauty of these team, sort of no restrictions, I should say, will allow you to use those big icons, to use those players that can just inject that bit of pace. On the flip side, very smart change. Ramos on for Maldini. That's the boost and his defensive options. Does Lugo. 30 more minutes needed. In this best of 5. Who will be taking the first win? You can see the run that he has had in FIFA E Club World Cup. Doesn't score so many goals across the games as a team. They did finish top of the group, though. That's the main thing.
Look at that run.
Can he find it, though? R9 wants to scoop turn his way past Ramos. He's fresh off the bench. And although he didn't get so completely on the ball, did do enough. On the flip side, here comes Lugo now. He's got Pele in the box, waiting patiently. He's got dispossessed. It comes to nothing again. Got to be careful there, Lev Yashin. Under a bit of pressure, won't come to anything there.
He's done well, though, as Yashin, to be honest, to find the ball out wide. Typically, you see players panic there and just boot it long. But he made sure he found a yellow shirt to hold possession, to keep possession,
What's Ronaldo? Now on that far hand side. Going to pick up the ball. Remember that we've got a fresh Eusebio on the pitch for ELS Torneos MH7. Seen what him and Cruyff especially have been able to do when they get introduced late into a game, let alone in extra time. Another player that's part of that sort of five-star weak foot club. Such a good icon that we don't always get to see used where restrictions are in place at home. Lovely ball maybe into Eusebio. After a little bit too much of the Portuguese forward. And that will probably do us for the first 15 minutes here in extra time. Still all square and all to play for.
Again, really nothing to write home about in that first 15 minutes of extra time. We're going to see the goals from this game so far. Leg number one, it was a great fake shot and then strike with R9 into the bottom left corner just before half-time. Quite fortunate. I think he would have scored anyway with R9, but Maldini helping it on its way into the back of the net. You're looking at the substitutions here. Potentially going to be introduced for...
Yeah, it's time. Time for Ronaldinho.
And Kevin De Bruyne as well for Bruno Fernandes. So fresh legs in mid... No, Bruno, get back on the pitch. Kevin De Bruyne, not your time to shine yet.
I always wonder what goes through a player's mind in that. They bring a player on, they get about 2 seconds, they're about to, to come on the pitch, they just get subbed back off again. I mean, what is in that pro's mindset there? I'd love to know.
Indecisiveness?
Maybe so. I mean, Ronaldinho was meant to come on at the beginning of extra time. Half-time and extra time will finally get the nod for MH7. 15 minutes left. And we'll be going to the spot for a penalty shootout here in Zone 5. You're watching the grand finals of the FIFA Club World Cup. ELS Torneos online against Team FUTWIZ. We're in the first game in the best of 5. Currently all square at 1-1 between MH7 and Lugo Toledo. Will there be one more goal in this period?
We've seen a lot of this sort of slow build-up from Team FUTWIZ, and in particular from Lugo. It's not really giving much to work with so far, but all he needs is one chance at this point of the game. You only need that one opportunity on goal. If you can make it work, doesn't matter if you win 6-1 or 2-1 in extra time with the last kick of the game. A win is a win, and it will put Team FUTWIZ 1-0 up. But you can't give away possession like that.
Ronaldinho, first touch in the game, wasn't a great one. Just feels like neither player it sounds crazy, but neither player wants to attack. They're really
playing not to lose at this point.
Trying to slow it down, you understand why. Want to look after possession, wants to try and suck up their opponents. Pressure and shape and disrupt their formation. We're into the last attack now. Feels like penalties is just on its way. Of how this game has been played, will there be enough time? 1 minute of it. Eusebio.
Look at the
He's
far
got
side.
options. Look at Bruno Fernandes. Can he time that one well? Look at the space for Ronaldo as well. Back to Mbappe. Last chance to Lunin for MH7. Ball into the box. And a penalty shootout to decide game one will be happening. Ronaldinho to step up first for MH7. Will he be able to score? It's saved.
Great save from Schmeichel. Sergio Ramos just off the bench for Team FUTWIZ. Dink down the middle, Ramos style.
They're loving these Penencas, aren't they, in the FIFA Club World Cup? Another man off the bench. Eusebio, surely he can score. No!
Straight off the post. R9 Ronaldo from 12 yards out. Yashin in goal, goes the right way.
Still just in front, Team FUTWIZ. A must-score penalty from Cristiano Ronaldo. Misses again.
Cristiano Ronaldo now for Team FUTWIZ, stepping up to the spot, tucks it into the right. Advantage FUTWIZ.
Has to score. Has to score this penalty, which we probably think the man that's great from the spot will miss. And that will be 1 point on the board in the best of 5 for Team FUTWIZ. Can only laugh. I mean, it's the man that's been known for scoring penalties all year long in the Premier League. Bruno Fernandes cannot keep his calm from the spot. MH7 can't score a penalty.
4 penalties, 4 penalty misses for MH7. It was devastated with the penalty shootout right there, but great composure as well to dink the first one down the middle and then a couple missed and then you finish that last one as well. Real shot of bottle, shall we say, from the penalty spot. We've seen a number of penalties in this weekend where it's gone wrong for a number of players. But that is a huge win in the complexion of this series. Vinny hasn't lost a tie in this entire tournament in the sort of knockout phase, shall we say. If he can do that again and get this win against PH they are in pole position, Team FUTWIZ, to take the Zone 5 trophy.
Yeah, you can see in front of us the potential story of today. We might have to go to all 5 games. At the moment, 1 point on the board, you could say. 1 win on the board for Team FUTWIZ. I mean, congratulations in the end there. And it does feel strange to say because yesterday we're picking up MH7 with this result and this fantastic PlayStation performance with Lugo maybe not playing as good a FIFA as we want to see for Team FUTWIZ. Flip that round today. Don't get me wrong, that game had nothing really to separate the two. Went down to the penalty spot. Who could hold their nerve the best? And it was Lugo that was able to do that.
Yeah, and probably when you consider the roster of Team FUTWIZ, you almost say Lugo, just don't lose that game. Okay, if you can get anything from that match, I will love you if you're Vinny right now, because you're backing yourself. Very similar to what we saw with the first game of the day where Dylan said, I'm not going to lose. No one's going to beat me right now. So if my teammate can just get 1 win on the board, we're taking home the trophy. And I think that's going to be a very similar story to what we're going to see right here with the Zone 5 South American FIFA 21 E-Club World Cup champions.
I mean, the story's been that Vinny has been unbeaten this whole FIFA E-Club World Cup process, but he's playing against the player that's ranked #1 on the Xbox, joint #1, a back-to-back, online qualifier winner in the FIFA 21 Global Series tournament. A player that has not shown form like anybody else across the world.
But that was Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2. Qualifier 3 didn't make it to the top 6, to the top 4 in that region. So I don't want to say dropped off, but not at the tippity top of the mountain that he was back in November, December and January. We're at end of February right now. You've got to be at that same level.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, we'll wait to see that game. Game 1 concluded here in our Zone 5 finals. We're going to throw it over to Layla and Spencer to break down that first game. But, guys, still a long, long way to go in this one.
Over the last 2 days, Spencer has been getting a lot of praise for his brilliant predictions. But I think today it was Layla Ali who mentioned penalties from the off. Welcome to a Brazilian final.
That is very true. Actually, that is very true. Yeah, and also, you'd be a mug to make any predictions, to be honest, is what we've learned from these last few days, apart from maybe penalties. Yeah. Because whatever the form book says, you can rip it up. And listen, we can talk about how Lugo hadn't scored a lot of goals in previous matches. We can talk about how that game was pretty tight. But actually, there's one stat that was quite interesting, which is MH7 from ELS Torneos only had 1 shot in that entire match. And Lugo, to be fair to him, had 4 or 5. So he has actually, I would say outperformed because he's only scored the same amount of goals, but his attacking intent was clear to see. It did obviously go down 2 penalties, which are always a gamble, but even, Lugo took those quite well as well. So FUTWIZ find themselves in a really good position. Very similar to what we saw from Oceania. No pressure on them going into this now. But they're going to feel like, if I'm in a team and we've taken a 1-0 lead in a 5-match series, I want to go and win that now. There's no reason why you shouldn't.
Yeah. FUTWIZ obviously winning on penalties here are going to feel pleased about this, but that's not the ideal first way to win, is it?
Any way's ideal for me. I don't care how you win. I don't care how you win. Imagine you win it all 5 on penalties. I'll take it.
Yeah.
If that's what you've got to do. Of course, if you came out, I know what you mean. If they came out and won 4-0, you'd feel amazing, right? You can't rely on that. At this level, you take what you can get.
But they're going to play against each other again. Yeah. And at that point, there's not a massive boost of confidence from going to penalties the first time round. What will they want to do different?
If your foot was there, you'd be very happy with that performance, Lugo. I'd be happy. I've gone up against the guy who, on paper, I'm inferior to on paper, but he's outshot him. Yeah. He's had more attacking intent, and he's won the game. So do the same, and his teammate will be very happy because Vinny is the shall we say, higher ranked player. He's 11th compared to Lugo's 40th, sorry, actually, Lugo. So there's a big gap between them on the rankings. Now, Vinny's just got to go and do his job. Unfortunately for Vinny, he's up against the #1 player in South America pretty much right now, certainly on the Xbox anyway. The man that's won 2 out of 3 regional qualifiers, PH Zin. So if anyone's going to win for ELS Torneos, it needs to be PH Zin, because if he's not winning, they've got no chance.
We saw Lugo open the score sheet with an early goal as well. Do you think that mindset of coming in, scoring early, that can really set up a game right too?
Certainly in these matches, which are a single leg of FIFA. I know they're going to play more, but points available for one leg at a time. And traditionally, in competitive FIFA, we'll see a two-legged matchup because it goes very quickly, obviously, 6-minute halves. But also, you know, one goal can happen that maybe was against the run of play. The longer the game is, or two-legged element can usually find the worthy winner a bit more. So in these games, one goal is huge, particularly if you get the first one. You can shut up shop, concentrate on defence a little bit more, which we know is Lugo's strong point because, we talked about him only scoring 4 goals, now 5, throughout the group stage in this point. But you don't get that far by scoring that little goals unless you're not conceding many either.
Yeah. Well, only the first chapter has been told and it went to penalties, but now we go over to our casters for the second leg.
Yeah, still plenty of time to play in this one. Only game number 2 in front of us, Richard. But for me, this is the exciting one I've been looking forward to. You've got a player, as you said, the start of the year well. I mean, he's joint number 1 on those rankings. No doubt he will be involved in those playoffs, as different as the Global Series is this year. The E-Club World Cup, a completely different tournament. The funny story I've got, Pierre Zin, he dyed his hair every time he wins a tournament. If he was to win this one, I mean, what colour are we going to next? He's dyed it, I think, white, blonde, I don't know where next. Blue?
I mean, yeah, if you want. I think it was just more of a trend thing. Are we getting confirmation that it was because he won?
I would like to think so.
Oh, well, there you go. Pink. You heard it here.
Maybe so. Maybe
Get
so.
the hair dyed pink.
The story is for him, though. Yesterday, it took a long, long time to see the PH that we knew from sort of December and January. A 4-0 win against a very, very difficult opponent to go and book himself a spot in this situation. Now, on the flip side for Vinny, a man that has not lost at all in this whole tournament process. From group stage into knockout, he's been full of confidence, and he has been the star of the show in this FUTWIZ team.
Also, 4-0, Spencer said it then, in one leg. That is extremely impressive. You don't typically see 4-0 scorelines in one-legged games of FIFA. Majority of results that we've had today, 2-1s, 3-1s, 1-1s in extra time. A 4-0 clean slate, a clean sweep in one leg of FIFA is even more impressive.
Speaking of Pierre-Gin's hair, I think it's gone back to its original colour now. That was back in January. It went to sort of a blondish colour after he picked up back-to-back results. I mean, the consistency was absolutely incredible. Here he comes with the first chance of the game for ELS Torneos Online. He's kicking from left to right in this one. Vinny on the flip side in that team FUTWIZ strip from right to left. His team does lead with a win next to their name in this best-of-5 grand final here. Winning team picks up $23,000. Will be crowned the champions in Zone 5. It must feel nice coming into this one, Richard, knowing you have got a win in your back pocket.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it sets you up. Just play your game. You don't necessarily have to do anything different. Even for PH Zin in this match, it's not do or die yet. It's not the end of the road for eLigaSul Torneos. However, it will be nice to get a win on the board and level up the playing field.
What we can do from here? 22 metres out on this free kick. You've got Hullet, Bruno Fernandes and R9 over it. I doubt we'll see the direct shot. Could be wrong.
Bruno
to go. Oh, just for a simple jacks. 2 of them. Good idea. Fortunately, the pass just was a little bit too heavy for the Portuguese midfielder. As you said, this is a long old process, a long old series, the best of 5. We had question marks earlier in Zone 1 whether we'd see a landside wave pull it back and take it to a 5th or 4th game. In the end, it did go across 4 games. PH in after maybe a couple of patches in a different team. How is he feeling? He's had a brilliant season so far. The consistency he's been able to show. Has re-qualified for that next qualifier, we must say. After a dominant start to the competitive year. Bruno Fernandes into Hullet. Nice interchange from Vinny. Can he find the feet of R9? Goes for a sort of real half-hearted effort, a goal.
Not necessarily a 100% chance of scoring, is it? R9, 20 yards out, on the edge of the box. No real run-up either. It was sort of a standing shot from Vinny, but a shot on target nonetheless. In the opening 20 minutes. So 20 minutes where You would say he's probably been on the back foot. One thing with PH he attacks so quickly. When he gets the bodies forward, it's direct, it's concise. There's really not a lot of wasted movement. You'll see all these passes, they all have a purpose.
Just so quick, isn't it? We're seeing another perfect example of it now. Pele, can he find R9? Nearly did. Van Dijk maybe just... I should say Vinny, maybe a little bit too heavy on the buttons there.
I think he's clearing it out, in all honesty.
Back on the back foot. To defend, PH in. R9 very wide out on his left-hand side, falls back to Ronaldo, chance, Pele round the corner, Bruno Fernandes drops the shoulder, does well to still keep possession. What a save, what a block!
Incredible save from Schmeichel, and then the body's on the line to keep that clean sheet intact.
Still though, piling on the pressure is PH in, and finding all these sort of acute angles that we didn't even think were available on the pitch. Another shot. He's blocked in the end, and he does so well to deal with the pressure.
Pinpoint accuracy in around the box from PH.
You're right, though. He's so quick, isn't he, in the final third?
We've had the opportunity to watch this guy up close and personal with the South American qualifiers. And those first two events that he won, he dominated, in all honesty. He was winning the finals in real convincing fashion.
Now, on the flip side, Vinny, after that back-to-back performance against Spider Kong of FC Basel yesterday, was able to pull his team through. Mbappe, scoop turn, brilliant, what's a block again on the line?
Two clearances off the line in the first 35 minutes.
Incredible clutch defender. I think that was Maldini on that occasion. One played short. Able to hold on to possession. Here's Vinny. He comes into this ranked 10th in those rankings we've spoken about. On his way to the playoffs. No doubt for Team FUTWIZ. How much sweeter would it be leaving this tournament and into the last two qualifiers of the year? Not just the money, but that championship crown in your back pocket. Be in the Zone 5 winners. PH in, building, piling on the pressure. This time, can he find a way through R9? If Pele could be there, that's a bad pass. It's R9 who's back to defend and actually wins the ball back for his team. Little fake shot from Virgil van Dijk. Did well just to find a way around the corner.
Shocked at half-time that this game's still 0-0. In all honesty, this game could be 2-1, could be 2-2.
Still, there will be time for one more chance. It's a heavy touch. It may have come off Ronaldo. Goes for a goal kick in the end, and we could be on our way to half-time. As you said, what, 2-3 goal line technologies, goal line clearances. They've needed to sort of keep both of these teams from scoring at an arm's length. Nice touch there from R9, really nice touch. Finds the feet of Mbappe in a running race. With Maldini back to hull it, it'll fall any time of just a minute. The referee will say, no thank you, we'll call it a day there for 45 minutes played. Look at the stats at half-time. Not so much to talk about or to really digest at the moment in time, other than just clutch defending, Richard, when it really mattered, and some brilliant, massive saves.
Remarkable defending at half-time. Two clearances off the line, guaranteed goals, the save as well from Schmeichel. You've got to talk about that. An incredible save to keep FUTWIZ Vinny with a clean sheet at half-time. PH he's been pressing, he's been sort of probing in the final third. We're going to have a look at those saves right now. Bruno Fernandes on the first one. You see into R9, great save, and then the rebound falling to Bruno. Maldini making sure he got in the way. He messed up on the first time, Maldini, trying to clear it. But just look, that is manual. He's ran all the way back onto the line with Maldini. He ran past the goalkeeper, back onto the goal line.
Yeah, for a player that we've sort of picked on these last couple of days, Maldini.
He's making up for it.
Proving his worth slowly but surely, Richard. With 2 massive goal line clearances. Still 0-0 in this game.
He's onside.
This could be, as we said in the grand scheme of things, FUTWIZ have a win next to their name. They won a penalty shootout in the first match in this zone final. Still yet to see the first goal. Lugo picking up the result on the PlayStation against MH7. Chance for Vinny. Lovely scoop turn. Back to Cristiano Ronaldo. Still with the feet of Ronaldo. Maldini sticks out a leg. Back to R9. A penalty will be given. Ooh! Virgil van Dijk looked to have just stick a leg in there. Referee says no, that's a penalty. And it's more penalties for Team FUTWIZ. Up steps Sulik. Can he score from the spot? No!
So many missed penalties. We've seen over 2 days of action. Incredible scenes. I thought that the strike was just... I thought we were going to a corner. It must have been a foul after the shot was taken from R9. See live shots of the players right there. Vinny almost smiling in pain, looking away after that penalty miss. That would have been a good opportunity to take a real foothold in this game and try and see it out as well. 53 minutes is a good time to score if you can get through the sort of onslaught straight from the kickoff. You can calm yourself in 15, 20 minutes, hold on to the ball, wait for your opponent to press onto you and then counter-attack in the last 10.
Well, what an opportunity that was for FUTWIZ. Ball into the box, punched away by Edwin van der Sar. Penalty just missed by Vinny. Changed the kick taker, wanted Hullet to take it. He went down the middle. And now, P18 could be in with a chance to break the deadlock here. Back to Ronaldo. Hullet. It's the body of Virgil van Dijk. I mean, what do you think is with penalties this year? Why are we seeing so many Panenkas? Is it just because of the lack of head movement on it?
Not necessarily the lack of head movement, but I think you're in a Club World Cup Grand Final in your zone. You also don't want to put it wide, so you're playing safe. That's why a lot go down the middle as well with the penalties. Think to the back post. Virgil van Dijk up, defends well for PHZ.
Corner. Back down the other, an end-to-end game this has been. We knew it was going to be a really good one. Between, no doubt, the stronger of the two players in terms of performances we have seen, especially in the side of FUTWIZ. Unbeaten is Vinny. Won all his games, drew one of them. That's across the group stages and the knockout so far. They've needed to fall back on him. He has answered every question that has been asked of him. Poor pass from PH in. ELS Torneos need a win to make this an even playing field in the best of 5. If they were to lose, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but they'd be just one game away from losing this overall. The pressure he's invited into does well to get himself out of that PH. Now looks to attack with pace. He's got R9 and Ronaldo in support. Brilliant ball over the top. Schmeichel's off his line, clears that away for a throw-in.
Yeah, good goalkeeping, playing it safe. Schmeichel there didn't necessarily want him to take a touch, just put your foot through it. Defend the attack. You see Zidane brought on. First time I think we've seen Zidane over the course of the 2 days here that we've been live with these zone finals. Coming on at right centre mid. Considering what else he's got on the bench, you saw Johan Cruyff, potentially Eusebio. In a 4-4-2, does Cruyff necessarily suit a striker position? Maybe not. He's much more of a cam. Same with Eusebio. Could put him out wide. Might be a little bit wasted out there, though.
One thing we know about Zidane, he's sort of that complete player that can go forward, he can defend, he can score goals. I think Bruno Fernandes, you said, has just been that must-have alongside Ruud Gullit, and that's the story of it. If not, Kevin De Bruyne gets the nod. Chance to drive forward. Can he play that through ball into R9? Vinny now. Chance for Team FUTWIZ. Ball roll. Scoop turn. Finesse into the back of the net.
Very, very smart from Vinny. Talk about composure. I thought he'd overdone it when he did the ball roll, but just scooped it back inside. And you saw on the face cam, you saw Vinny going through on goal. He just gave himself a little nod like, yep, I know what to do right here. This is what I've prepared for. This is why I'm unbeaten. Great finish.
It was the extra bit there, wasn't there? Because lots of people expect that ball roll. They don't expect the ball roll into the scoop turn, which is a very, very popular sort of combination that pros will use.
Not in that area, though. You typically do it out wide. You'll do it to get past the man. Not in a one-on-one. Ball roll, scoop turn, and that's why R9's in the squad. You back him on that left foot. You back him on the right foot. Scoops back inside on his left peg and just fired it past the goalkeeper.
I mean, we're looking at a 2-0 scenario here for Team Footwiz. This would be a remarkable start to this best of 5. However, there is still lots of time. And PH Zin has created chances.
And now he's going to come at you. You're going to get 20 minutes of fire from PH Zin.
De Bruyne comes on for PH Zin. Ronaldinho and De Bruyne on the flip side for Team Footwiz and Vinny. 20 minutes left, but as you said, 20 minutes of non-stop attack and non-stop pressure. Chance, Mbappe, could this be the equaliser? Brilliant save on the rebound!
Miss, no!
Was a save again?
Peter Schmeichel, you are incredible.
Still not dealt with though, Richard. Zidane can't find the feet of Mbappe. I mean, I've got to see that again from Schmeichel. What a double save!
Still on.
From the Great Dane. Still not dealt with, just get the ball clear. Very composed is Vinny, and just about has done so well to get himself out of that. Chance to come forward. Well read by Alphonso Davies, but what a chance.
What a double save. I'm sure we'll see it at the end of the game if this match does finish as it is. But again, it's going to be wave after wave after wave of PH Zin's attack.
Mbappe, Zidane, R9, another great block.
Offside.
Offside in the end, but just every little touch, every little deflection that Vinny can make happen to slow down the attacks, to frustrate PH Zin. That's what he needs to work in his favour. That's only 6 minutes.
This is the save right here. Kylian Mbappe, he moved the keeper a little bit. He got back up and saved it again. That might be the best save that I've seen in my 22 years on this planet.
I don't even know what he got on that double save. It's ridiculous.
He's so quick as well to get back up on his feet.
Well, we're looking at PH Zin's POV here. As you can imagine, constant pressure. Being knocked up. An offside call. That, if Mbappe's not offside there,
that's a goal.
You're looking at a definite goal.
What can we even call a definite goal anymore?
True. He'd be confident he'd at least get a shot on target. That's 10 minutes gone off this pressure from PH in a poor pass from R9. Back to R9, said it's back to R10, sorry. Ronaldinho and Cristiano Ronaldo. Now PH in, building again. Overload him with De Bruyne. He goes for a finesse, it's blocked well by the left boot of Virgil van Dijk. Another attack dealt with by Vinny. He's doing so well, and it's all about breaking this press, which he's been able to do.
If he can get out, he's got numbers going forward here.
Mbappe's in there. Does well to get it to Mbappe. Can he drop the shoulder? Not quite. Alphonso Davies just about snatches it back. Well won, back again. One more goal would certainly solidify the tie, would make it 2 wins on the board for Team Footwiz. Or is he just going to look to see this clock down, run this clock out? It's been a very mature performance from Vinny. PH Zin will be thinking, how have I not scored? The goal line clearances, the goal mouth scrambles, another day. Go into the back and then look at the chance and the space for Neymar, fresh off the bench. Will he be onside? No.
That might have been the final opportunity for PH Zin. He has won it back.
Last chance scenario. Brilliant ball again. Finds the feet of Neymar. Trent Alexander-Arnold offering you an overlap. De Bruyne involved. Zidane involved. He's got to be quick. He's got to move the ball. back to Alphonso Davies, back to R9, blocked again! So Romick at the back from Vinny, getting the ball clear, and Team FUTWIZ will have a 2-win advantage next to the name in this best-of-5 series. I mean, every single defensive player and goalkeeper was remarkable there for Vinny in those last 20 minutes.
That's not 11 players, that is 11 warriors for Team FUTWIZ. On the FUTWIZ website, they've got a little thing and it says, do they fight for the badge? They fight for that badge, those 11 players. Incredible performance. Peter Schmeichel with one of the best goalkeeper performances I've ever seen in FIFA. The body's on the line defensively. What a win for Vinny. And you've got to say, PHN will be absolutely gutted. He did everything and more to try and get a goal back to send it to extra time. But he just could not find the ball into the back of the net.
He just couldn't, could he? As you said, that will be 2 wins on the board as well for FUTWIZ. They're 1 win away from not only the crown here, $23,000, their first outing as a South American sort of organisation. The first time they picked up players in this scene, in this region. And at the moment, it seems like money well spent if they're going to get results like this.
Unbelievable scenes, in all honesty. And again, something that we didn't predict. We maybe saw Vinny getting the result, but we did not expect Lugo to get that win against MH earlier on in that first game. And it's set up for a fascinating final potentially final third match. But I wouldn't be surprised to see this go a game 3, game 4, and maybe even to a game 5.
And maybe we expected to see more goals, in all honesty. 1-1 in game 1, went to a penalty shootout.
The drama's been...
I mean, yeah, all right, the second game was brilliant on the Xbox. 1 goal. I mean, who was better, Maldini or Schmeichel in that game? Because Maldini was great at both sides. Schmeichel, what a double save.
Look, Maldini, I've been very harsh over the last 2 days to you, but well done, sir. You were incredible.
Is that it now? Is that...
Look, me and Maldini, we've been going back and forth. The beef is over.
Wow.
I've squashed it.
Still got a day of action tomorrow as well. Might slip up with a couple more mistakes. That's going to do us for our second game in this best of 5. We're going to throw it over to Spencer now, who's got some action to break down from the first 2 games.
Yeah, I heard Maldini's absolutely delighted that you've squashed the beef. It was definitely 2-way. He was really bothered, Richard. But anyway, we're going to look at... There hasn't been a lot of goals so far in this Zone 5 final, has there? The goals have been at a premium. We're going to look at why, and then we're going to look at the 1 goal we did have in that game. So first off, in this highlight here, lads have talked about Schmeichel in goal and some of the blockages. We're about to see an unbelievable pass from this man here, Fernandez, that probably deserved a goal, to be honest. It goes through, and let's have a look. Just watch it slowly here. The pass is fantastic. Wait for it. There it is. Now, in this position, surely it's a goal. Surely it's going to be a goal. There's one man that can stop him. Obviously, that is the big Dane, Schmeichel. He does do that. We're going to see a massive save and then the block on the line. Now, some people, the cynics, might say, how much did the defender know about that? Even though you can see the cursor is above that man. He is selected. It was very short, very quick. Did he really have a massive say on that block? Well, I'm going to show you another block then that I think was much more obviously triggered by the player himself. Now, let's have a look at this. This moment here. Now, you can see the man on the defensive side for ELS Torneos that's selected is there. He's not much help to you. He's not much use there. You've got a man that's about to go through. He's going to go through in here. Surely he's going to have a good chance of scoring. You've got a couple of options or choices as a defender here. Do you think about the goalkeeper? Do you think about goalkeeper movement, trying to predict? But you're always going to, odds are always going to be against you. If the striker does everything right, he probably scores. So there's the option of going to the goalkeeper. There's the option, of course, for selecting this defender here and trying to get to the ball, trying to stop him, but again, he's got a bit of a head start to you. He's got a bit of space. You're going to be on the back foot. The option that this man here, eLigaSul Torneos, chooses, I wouldn't have done it, I'll be honest. I wouldn't have seen it. But he goes for a kind of passive run behind the goalkeeper to let the goalkeeper come out and hope that he gets the block off. I'll be honest, I don't think this would have worked if it isn't for the extra touch that Mbappe takes before he shoots. I think if he got the shot off on a right foot finesse before, the opening would have been there for him. But by putting that defender in the way, he gave himself the chance of stopping, and that's exactly what happened. Have a little watch here. He changed his player. There's the switch. That's a big decision. Because Mbappe goes back to his left foot, he opens up that near post angle for the block. So goals were hard to come by. That's part of the reason why we did see a goal, though, in the end. This was the only goal in that game, and let's take a look at what makes this goal special. Obviously, it's a counter-attack. You've got about 3-on-3 here, maybe 3-on-4. But let's be honest, guys, watching at home, you're in this position here, what are you doing? Be honest. I'll be honest with you. This is what I'm doing. I'm doing right foot finesse to that corner. I think I've got a good chance of scoring. Some people might go the other way, straight driven shot to the other. Some people might even try a little dink, whatever. They're all options for you. I'm going to do one of those three. I'm probably going to do the right foot finesse. But this is the difference between the pro players. They make it a dead cert when it comes to a goal. He doesn't do any of those options, even though he's through on goal. Watch this, sends both the defender and the goalkeeper out the way, back on the left foot, creates that opening, and that's how you get that all-important goal, the only goal of that game. So fantastic work there from FUTWIZ. We're going to go straight back to the casters now. They've got some more FIFA for us.
We do indeed. Thank you very much for that analysis, Spencer. I mean, touched upon that brilliant goal there, the only one that was scored from Vinny in that last game. Not many people expect that, as we said, that combination, the ball roll, scoop turn, in that sort of area. Vinny did it, and as you saw, it was so unpredictable, was able to score a goal from it.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, I think the right foot finesse could have been on. The dink, I'm not probably doing the dink. Maybe the pass could have been on to the left-hand side, but that was just incredible, in all honesty, from Vinny right here. We're going to see it again. The ball roll scooped in, and also, that's not something that he's thought about. That's instinctive. He's done the ball roll and seen the goalkeeper not move. He's done that ball roll, seen the goalkeeper not move at all. He's not baited the goalkeeper with that ball roll, and then just instinctively hit the scoop turn. Because a lot of us panic. We do that ball roll, we panic, it's not opened up, and we just shoot. Goalkeeper saves it, rebound off the post. To hit the scoop turn back inside, great play from Vinny and great breakdown from Spencer.
And I mean, in the game, as we said, where chances were a premium, you get to those moments, you've got to be so clinical. What that did, though, was make it 2-0 in wins to Team FUTWIZ. If FUTWIZ win this game now, this individual PlayStation leg, they will be your Zone 5 winners here in the FIFA Club World Cup. We're back over to the PlayStation, Richard, now. We're back over to MH7. Of course, against Lugi.
Now or never for eLigaSul Torneios. They have to win, and they have to win now if they want to stay in the FIFA 21 E-Club World Cup.
And it's this man that we've spoken about over these past few days who has been bringing the big results when he is needed to. There is no better time now for him to showcase that. Their last game they played was a 1-1 draw after 120 in-game minutes. It went to the spot, and that man on your screen did not score a single penalty. It was a penalty shootout to forget about, in all honesty, wasn't it?
Sure, he's been brushing up on his pens in between games. So if it goes all the way again, he wants to make sure that he at least scores one from 12 yards out.
He is. Team FUTWIZ is PlayStation representative, kicking from right to left in this game. ELS Torneios online, kicking from left to right. Lugo Toledo, a player that's been in the scene for a very long time, got picked up for this tournament from Team FUTWIZ. He's looked like a very good player. No doubt to say one of his best performances till last in the grand final. Here comes MH7, tries to just find a way around the corner. This is a very dangerous area for a free kick. Don't have Virgil van Dijk on it, though. Plays it short, why not? Back to goal, Ronaldo tries to move it really quickly, does MH7. Certainly, I don't think Virgil van Dijk was meant to be over that. Unless there was the idea to get more players into the box. Chance for R9 on the half volley. Well defended again, Maldini.
Just nodding it back to the goalkeeper there, Paolo Maldini. 16 minutes gone so far in this game. That free kick, good opportunity on the edge of the box. Typically, you'll see a shot when it's that close in.
Cross into the box, maybe. Ronaldo cuts it back inside. Another brilliant block, and Schmeichel quick off his line again. Seems like the man in the Team FUTWIZ sort of #1 jersey, isn't it, for both players?
Should be putting up big performance after big performance as Peter Schmeichel. I mean, you can't possibly take him out of the team after what he just did in that last game for you.
A remarkable double save, which denied. No doubt frustrated PH after that 1-0 defeat against Vinny. Winner of this zone picks up $23,000 for the winning team. said, what a first outing it will be in South America. After a disappointing E-Club World Cup last time round, of course, that one was in person in Milan. Team FUTWIZ just could not get going. This time round with a team that made the finals here. Nearly was 1-0 down in this third game. Corner to come in towards that front post. Ronaldo looks to flick it on. It's clawed away by the right glove of Schmeichel. Still pressure on. MH7.
Offside.
Goes back for an offside. A chance to fight for another day for Lugo.
We've seen many a times in these one-legged ties, you only need one opportunity. You only need one chance to go up the other end and score, and this could be that chance. Bruno Fernandes inside the box, away from his man, into the back post. Maldini, great defending under his own crossbar.
Should have probably been 1-0 up there. What a chance that was. Maldini did so well, was very brave to have that touch. MH7 now, his turn. He's got Pele in the box, he's got R9 in the box, tries to just drill that one into his feet. Again, Maldini back there, can't keep possession. Can Lugo of FUTWIZ sort of in the pressure cooker at the moment, with all these attacks he's having to deal with, wave after wave of pressure. I have to remember last time they did play in the first game in this best of 5, it was Lugo that opened up the scoring very early on. And then the MH7 had to come out fighting. This time MH7 wants to score the first goal.
Chance.
The ball back, just about on side. Nice little nutmeg to the side. Oh, that directional heavy touch, long ball forward.
We'll get there.
Keep it in, Mbappe, that's a brilliant touch. He's got the trickery within him to get past Carlos Alberto. Yes, he does. Building. It's Lugo. Here, there and everywhere is Maldini. From centre-back, driving forward, getting this attack going. Watch out at the back post for the overlap run of Cristiano Ronaldo. Pele, back to that CR7, drops the shoulder, still possession, Elastico's out of that. Earns a pocket of space, creates the shot, brilliant save.
Standing fake shot into the Elastico. Great attacking skill and dribbling from MH. Chance still alive. Good tackle though from Maldini, and 3 against 3 at the back. That slide tackle comes out, he could be in.
That's a great ball into Pele. If he can turn and run rampant at this defence. Pele, has he gone too wide? Cuts back inside. Oh no, he can't get in there, and again it's Maldini that's there to save the day again. It was a very difficult one. That Pele was sort of winning the running race, but as he moved forward, he was getting wider and wider and wider, and it sort of became a scenario where you can't shoot because you're so far away from the goal.
You see the stats at half-time there. 4 shots on target for eLigaSul Torneos. Even though he's not had a shot registered, Team FUTWIZ, I feel like it's been a very end-to-end game. It's been a very end-to-end game. Let's get straight back into the game. No reason to delay this second half. Just to catch you up with what you might have missed here in Zone 5. If Team FUTWIZ win this match, they will be your champions. eLigaSul Torneos have to win to keep this tie alive.
They have to. MH7 has to win this game to keep us going. R9! Ooh! From distance, what, like a 35-yard finesse? Well, well, well.
Not often you see that. A shot from that range in a pro game. Some call it creativity, some call it desperation.
I mean, it's which way do you look to go? Neither of these two able to score yet.
He's pressed so high up the pitch. His yellow shirt's pretty much on every single man here.
Great, the press. Got to win the ball in the air. Alphonso Davies does well to win the ball back. Ronaldo. Lovely ball. Pele turning his man. Brilliant save again. Schmeichel called into action. And once again delivers. Corner to come in now. Watch out for Ronaldo. His lead. Like no other. In and around the box. Maldini. Patient build-up. MH7 currently on top. Can he find a way through? Tries to heel-till his way past Virgil van Dijk. He does well to defend. As you said, FUTWIZ win this game, they will be your Zone 5 champions. And will be the only team so far to do it in 3 games. Lovely ball around the corner. This could be the chance.
Nice possession.
Plays back home instead. Bruno Fernandes can't just get his foot around the ball. Just about does keep it in. He'll have a lot of foot around him. Goes for a really long ball forward. Can he find the pass into... Oh, no, and it's a heavy touch from Mbappe. Still, all square. Last time these two played, we went to extra time. We went to penalties. We went the extra mile.
Both players looking for that long one in behind, looking for that through ball to breach the other player's defence. Nothing's hit as of yet. 2/3 of this game have been concluded. But if one player was to break the deadlock, you would think it would be MH.
No doubt, for the amount of pressure that he's just put onto Lugo. Struggling to find that key to unlock that sort of defensive door. I feel like all this pressure, well, certainly would be on its way. On the flip side, Lugo, can he break this press? Look at the space that Davies has got. R9 could be round the corner. That's a brilliant idea. Well read by the team in the defender in Virgil van Dijk. We saw what he was looking to do, though. R9 was just sort of peeling away. On the flip side of that, another long ball forward. Is it too heavy for Mbappe? Crosses it towards the back post, and wow.
I really like the idea. The long one over the top and then looking for that instant switch from right to left. Trying to get CR7 in on it at the back post. These fake throws as well. Not only just been a little bit of the clock, but you're not going to waste the opportunity to take your time to make sure that you get a player right from the throw-in. I know it's a very sort of meaningless thing, but getting the ball back from a throw-in is very important.
This could be a chance for Lugo. R9, acres of space. Nearly. Finesse that into the top corner, maybe. Chance to break on the flip side.
3 against 1.
MH7, he's got Pele. He's got R9 in the box. This has to be a goal. Towards the back post.
You have to pass that across the goal.
I mean, it was a guaranteed goal. It literally was for R9 to tap it into the back of the net. The easiest goal he would have scored all tournament long. Has to put that to the back of his mind as soon as he can. Chance, R9 to right those wrongs. Another corner, 15 minutes left in the 3rd game of this series in the Zone 5 Grand Finals. A chance to pause the game, to take a breather, because you've got to pass that across the goal. You have to.
That has to go into the back post. It's a guaranteed goal. You see the substitutions. Pele coming off right now for Eusebio. This is the opportunity. Mbappe, just pass that to R9. It's a guaranteed goal if you square that across the box. Schmeichel going big, as he has done for 3 games in a row now for Team FUTWIZ. Huge save, keeping it a goalless game.
Maybe he thought that there was going to be goalkeeper movement. I don't know. It looked like the pass was there. It looked like the opportunity was there for R9. Has to put it to the back of his mind and think, I'm creating chance, I'm getting the ball into the right area. I've got 15 minutes left. Turn this one around. Ronaldinho on for R9. Will be the only change. Also Eusebio, sorry. On to the fray of things. Carl Walker to fresh up the defensive line of FUTWIZ. Ronaldinho off the bench. Can he find Hullett?
Ramos as well on. Similar as last game, Cruyff Ramos introduced for Team FUTWIZ.
Look for the flick on. Ronaldinho will have that extra just sort of boost of energy. He's off the bench. Wins the running race between him and Trent Alexander-Arnold. Ronaldo. Last 10 minutes here. Team FUTWIZ win the game, they will be your champions. ELS Torneos win the game. We continue this series into a 4th matchup and we go back to the Xbox. However, if we're all square after 90 minutes, we'll go into extra time again. As these guys have before. They've been to penalties.
Watch on the overlap.
Tight this game has been. You wouldn't be surprised. Look at the space towards the back post. Cuts it back inside. Eusebio!
That's a 5-star weak foot. And he's not even hit the target. Prime Eusebio. Nothing is going in for eLigaSul.
Did everything right. Where was the shot? Chance. Ronaldo. There it is. After knocking on the door for 86 minutes. Finally, there is an answer for him. For MH7, and it came in the form of Cristiano Ronaldo.
Who else but Mr. Reliable, Team of the Year, Cristiano Ronaldo. You have to say it's been coming. It's been 86 minutes of pressure for MH7. CR7 clutching up at the right time. Smashing that into the back of the net and really deserved, you've got to say, with this game, how it's gone. It's been one-way traffic.
And it's a must-win, as we said. It's a must-win to keep the series alive. Has been on top. As I said, been knocking on the door.
He nearly got there, Schmeichel.
I mean, if he was to save that, he'd be the man of the game. The man of the series, in all honesty. 2 minutes left for Lugo to find an equaliser to send this into extra time. If not, we'll go into a 4th game in this series and we'll go back to the Xbox where it'll be Vinny against PH Zin. Where I'm sure PH Zin will be thinking, I've got unfinished business in that game. 2 minutes of added time. Is there a late goal? Cruyff's in the box. So is Cristiano Ronaldo. Does well. Wins it. Mbappe. Back to R9. Oh, punched away.
Still on.
We've played the 2 minutes. The ball has to go forward. Last kick. Last chance. Get the ball clear. And I believe ELS Torneos will get themselves that point on the board. And that first win in the series, Richard Buckley. A pat on the back saying, well done. That is job done.
Had to win that game to keep this series alive. 1-0 victory. The stats: 9 shots, 7 on target for ELS Torneos. 1 shot, 1 on target for Team FUTWIZ. About as dominant as a game that we've seen in the zone finals. He got through it in the end, 1-0 win, and we go back to a huge game on the Xbox between PH Zin and Vinny. This is where could potentially be settled. This Zone 5 finals.
Yeah. And why do you think these games are all so low scoring, so it feels? Is it just good defending or?
A couple of reasons. Good defending, and also you're not wanting to let your teammate down. If you've got the opportunity to either play very defensive and make sure you do not lose, or try and then nick one on the counter, or go all guns blazing and potentially leak 3 at the back, 9 times out of 10 you're taking option number 1. You make sure you're strong at the back and then hitting players on the counter, getting people forward. Vinny didn't have a plethora of chances against PH Zin, but he got that 1 chance and he made sure he took it.
Yeah, as we said, that is a must-win game there for ELS Torneos. They have to win to stay in this series in the best of 5. It goes back to the Xbox now for Vinny, and as I said, for PH Zin will be feeling there's unfinished business there because he would have felt hard done by in that earlier game.
He'll not necessarily feel undone, a little bit hard done by, but he'll feel as though I've got to live up to the expectation that I've been set right here. We've said he's the best player in South America. Now's the time to prove it. There's no bigger stage than right now. You're playing not only for yourself, but you're playing for your team as well. We have to see a performance from PH Zin, but what a win it was to keep this series alive. In game number 3, we're going to head back over to Spencer to break it down.
Thanks, fellas. We're going to interrupt this analysis segment for a game of Spencer's Spot the Difference, OK? This is a little bit of a test for the FIFA fanatics out there. I've got Vinny's squad. Obviously, Vinny playing on the Xbox previously. You're about to see him playing again now, so it's a great time to look at his squad. all players available at this point in the game, so they can take anyone they want. And the reason I'm bringing this up is we're going to flip over to PHZin's side and look at the difference. There's not a lot, is there? There's a few in there. I'm actually going to tell you, I'm going back and forth between them here. There's 8 differences. Right, my question is, can you spot the 8 differences? Just play along at home. I'm going to break it down for you. The first clue is the difference isn't the team name. Obviously, that's changed. Same formation. Almost the exact same squad. One difference in terms of player personnel, and that is, if we go back between the two, Schmeichel being used in goal for Vinny, and we've seen him to great effect, by the way, some massive saves. And Van der Sar, the Dutchman, for our man PHZin. That's the only player difference. The rest is, a lot of it's about chemistry. So if you're not familiar with FIFA, you can use chemistry styles, which basically alters certain statistics based on the kind of game style you want that player to play. So if we look at, for example, Alphonso Davies at left back, he's got what's called a backbone chemistry style one, which improves certain stats. We go over to this one. He's got a sentinel chemistry style. Different little image at the bottom there. That's how you can tell. The same with Maldini. He's got an anchor as opposed to a shadow there. Interestingly, on Vinny's team here, both Schmeichel and Mbappe have got what's called a basic chemistry style on, which basically means he hasn't applied any additional change. He wants them to kind of keep their base level stats, and they all get a smaller boost, as opposed to, for example, basing specifically increasing your pace or your shooting, for example. Again, Pele here has the little hawk symbol because he's got the hawk chemistry style on, but it's a hunter chemistry style here, which increases your pace and your speed specifically. Very popular one. You can see Ronaldo's using the same one. Trent Alexander-Arnold has a shadow chemistry style here, but he's gone with an anchor one here. And the only final difference, apart from chemistry style, was this man here. Bielsa is the manager for Vinny, whereas we have the legendary Sean Dyche playing the old Premier League up and at 'em, 4-4-2, 4-2-2-2 in this case, formation. But yeah, a little bit to look at there. You know, we don't see a lot of differences in team selection at this level because we know who the best players in the game are usually at this point. Still a little bit of personal preference, but literally these guys are only changing the goalkeeper.
So what are you putting the difference down to, chemistry or Dyche? Because it was tight.
Sean's not making a massive difference in this game, but there's obviously a reason he's put him in there. He must like him. But yeah, I mean, it's just the tiny, subtle differences, isn't it?
Juan Osorio said that this was going to be tight. Richard Buckley said he might go to all 5. What does Spencer think?
Every single game's been tight. That's what's interesting.
So
we're changing opponents, we're changing console, but it's the same thing. It's just 1-0, or even penalties on one occasion, match results. So if it continues like this, it will not only go to the 5th game, but that game might even go to penalties, which would be literally the most drama you could hope for. I think it might go to the 5th game, yeah.
Well, now we're going to be going over to the 4th game where we've got PHZin in charge for Xbox of his team. He's held in such high regard. How much pressure's on him right now?
Well, he has to win. You know, that's the luxury that the FUTWIZ guys have earned themselves by winning those first few games. But obviously, if you want anyone in a have-to-win scenario, it's the man that's won 2 out of 3 regional qualifiers this year already. Joint #1 player on Xbox for the whole of South America. I'm sure many people would say the best player in South America on form right now. So again, perfect person to do it for you. The stats say he'll get that win and then take us to a 5th.
Well, it's been tense throughout, and I'm sure that tension will continue for our Zone 5 final. We're heading now to our 4th leg.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, just to echo that, I mean, this is the time to step up for PHZin. We've hyped him up. We've said, back-to-back, qualifier winner in South America for December and in January. Yes, he wasn't there in February, but he still started the year so strong, and there's a reason why he's in such high regard, and we've hyped him up as this player that is joint #1 ranked on his console. This is the time to win in a must-win game. They lose, FUTWIZ will be your Zone 5 champions.
Has to win right now. His teammates helped him out a little bit, but this is a must-win game right now. Here in game 4, Vinny against PHZin, clash of 2 players that are very, very highly regarded in this South American, in particularly Brazilian region. And really, I just cannot wait to see how it unfolds, in all honesty.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game, this one. On the flip side, it was probably the most entertaining game we've seen in the series so far. There was a double save from Schmeichel. There was goal line clearances on the line from Maldini. We're into it now. As you said, FUTWIZ win it. They are your champions. If PHZin wins, we go back to the PlayStation for one final time in a deciding 5th match in the best of 5, which, to be honest, at this point, with how tight these games have been, that could be the case. It really is all to play for it in the FIFA E Club World Cup. It will be ELS Torneos PH in from left to right in this one. And once again, Vinny from right to left. The man that defended so well, didn't he, in that game earlier tonight. As you said, every single one of his players weren't just players, they're absolute warriors at the back, throwing themselves to every single tackle and had some incredible blocks.
PH Zin came out flying in that second match, but just couldn't penetrate the defence to get that goal. Is it going to be a similar attack sort of emphasised performance? If Vinny can get an early goal inside the first half, feels like the counter-attack is certainly on the cards for him then.
Looking to create the first chance of the game. PH in did not score when these two matched up earlier today. We haven't seen the best version of this play yet in the E-Club World Cup from what we've seen in previous tournaments. Will he be onside, R9? No, he won't.
When PH Zin's been in must-win games, we talk about qualifier number 1, qualifier number 2. The scorelines he won those games, 8-4 and 8-3 respectively. He has to score goals. Great chance here. Kylian Mbappe inside the box. Into Pele. Maldini strong at the back.
Vinny was just about in possession there. Did so well. Sort of back-to-back scoop turns. The ball rolls was nice and flashy. The combinations were perfect. Watch the back post. Mbappe's there. Ronaldo's also in the box. There's the ball. Ronaldo hilts it here and squeezes it in. He's waited over 100 in-game minutes to score that one. Then PH in 80 minutes on the clock will get his team underway.
Huge goal for ELS Torneos in this Zone 5 final right here. Talk about a nerve settler. Who else would it be as well? CR7 in the final third. He just scores all the big goals. A beautiful heel-to-heel. And then shooting across the goalkeeper into that bottom left corner. Tucked it out of Schmeichel's reach.
Oh, what a ball. Is he onside? Mbappe! Oh. Went for the ball roll into the finesse.
Should have been a goal from Kylian Mbappe. It was a greatly sort of timed run. Great timed run, I should say. In behind. Chance again here with Pele.
What's the cutback? Superb defending, Bruno Fernandes. Involved in that one to get back. Chance to break forward on the flip side. What we've come to expect from this game and from South America in general. End-to-end FIFA. The most goals we've seen in the game has only been 2 throughout this best-of-5 process. We usually see more.
Over 2 legs, though.
Yeah, true. There has been some magnificent saves as well.
We could have had like a 3-3 if Schmeichel wasn't in goal.
Looking to build upon this. PH in. He wins this game. It's all in his teammates' hands to go and close out this Zone 5 final in the best-of-5. Have to remember, from being 2-0 down in the series as well, Richard.
The reverse sweep, well and truly on the cards. If Vinny cannot register a goal in this game.
Still, plenty of time.
Oh, loads of time.
In the third play. So far, the only goal coming from PH in the form of his Cristiano Ronaldo. You see him on the far sort of hand side now, looking to arc his run. Does get dispossessed, wins it well. Can he find a through ball? Mbappe's there, R9. Also, amongst those numbers going forward, nicely composed at the back from Virgil van Dijk into Maldini, a simple ball roll. And able to gain the space he needed. Great ball forward. Has he broken the offside trap? No, he hasn't.
It's an early pause cued.
Ball's coming in from one of these two. 5 minutes before half-time. 1-0. Maybe an equaliser on the cards here. Mbappe into R9. Brilliant triangles into Pele. Just about keeps possession still. Can R9 twist his man? Mbappe can! And he'll find the back of the net to make this game all square.
What a goal from Vinny that is right there. I thought the chance had sort of gone when R9, with quite a wayward pass, found his way back into the box, and then unbelievable composure in the final third. You see Pele fire it into R9, the back heel into Kylian Mbappe, to trust Mbappe as well after he's already missed a one-on-one chance on his left foot. To trust him to take that shot again shows not only remarkable composure, but also a huge level of sort of patience and trust in the player that you're using as well. Lots of reps being executed in practice with that team leader Mbappe, to know that that's the right angle where you can take a shot on his 4-star weak foot and find the back of the net.
In the 97, see with here Mbappe comes up clutch just before half-time to make this game all square. We often talk about it's that extra bit of skill, Rich, or that little bit of movement.
Could be a second.
When you get into the box, to pull away from that defender, to create the pocket of space. Often always seems to be the difference. There could be another chance for Vinny. Good idea with the touch. Back to R9, it will fall. Tries to play that one with his back to the player. Into Bruno Fernandes. Wasn't going to come out on that occasion. We have seen 2 goals and a half, which is quite a nice surprise for us, in all honesty.
There was a spell for about 3 minutes there at the end of that first half where both players just kept on giving the ball back to their opponents, and really even the players at the very top still lose possession, still feel the nerves. We're going to have a look at the goals from this first half in game number 4 in our best of 5 final. R9, beautiful back heel into Mbappe. He was expecting the one more pass to the player on the edge of the box. He just faked that, turned back on his left foot and fired the strike into the near post. Great finish from Kylian Mbappe to level up the tie, 1 apiece.
Yeah, well, as we said at this moment in the game, you know, we're 45 minutes away from potentially crowning a winner, or but setting up, as you said, that reverse sweep for ELS Torneos. We'll go back to the PlayStation if they were to win the game, all square at 1-1. 45 minutes to play. We'll have to see what will happen there. As you said, just a small technical difficulty. We'll get that game back as soon as we can. 45 minutes to play, Richard, as we touched upon. If Team FUTWIZ are to win, that is job done. We spoke about it briefly. First outing in South America. First time, you know, picking up some FIFA players from that region. I mean, even to get to the E-World Cup, to final 42, there was only 12 teams out of the 480 or so. Of course, that split across the 6 different zones that made it to the FIFA E-World Cup finals in itself. You've got to be over the moon just to get to the E-World Cup, FIFA E-World Cup, I should say.
I mean, incredibly. But then also you consider the position that they're in. 2-0 up, Team FUTWIZ, and then they lose that third game. Potentially that could be the swing game. We're now coming into the 4th match just after half-time, 1 apiece. Those scorelines, if you did miss them, first game between MH and Lugo, that was a penalty shootout victory for Team FUTWIZ. Game number 2, if you've not seen it, go back, do yourself the pleasure of watching Peter Schmeichel play. Arguably the best goalkeeper performance I've ever seen. We can have a look at the goals from game number 2 right here. It's the 1 goal for Vinny in this match. And you might be thinking, why they're playing again? Well, it's a best of 5 scenario, so both players minimum will play twice. Whoever played first, whether it was the Xbox or the PS player, in this particular scenario, the PlayStation player, they will play the 5th and final decisive match. Great composure showed by Vinny, and that was the 1 goal of the game. But Brandon, talk to me about this double save.
I mean, this was remarkable. Just sit back and watch. Saves one, somehow saves that. Off the shin pad, fingertips, face. I don't know where the ball ricocheted off. There was plenty more chances, we said, down the other end, but they just could not break him down. And the wall of Team FUTWIZ, the wall of Vinny, whatever you want to call it, in the end was able to stand strong and get that result on the board. Put them 2-0 in the game. All the pressure, you can't sort of think to the pressure that MH7 was feeling. I have to win that game to keep my team in the series. Able to win by a goal to nil. That's why we joked around saying we've seen 2 goals in 45 minutes. We're being spoilt right now of how good these games have been in terms of competitively, defensively. They've been really, really strong. We'll get that second half back underway as soon as we can in the game. It's all square at 1-1.
It was 1-0, but it could have been 5-0 on another day, in all honesty. I mean, it was one-way traffic for the entirety of that match. 9 shots, 7 on target compared to Team FUTWIZ Lugo. 1 shot, 1 on target in that matchup. So maybe the momentum's starting to shift a little bit. We'll just have to wait and see. We can have a look at those highlights actually from Game 3. The swing game, as we are calling it right here. Great cutback. And you're going to see a lot of this. Saves, blocks on the line, because it wasn't until deep in the second half he found the opening goal in this matchup. Ronaldo, a last goal away from his man. Schmeichel again, strong at the near post. Inside the second half, Pele striking at the near post. Schmeichel does his bit. This pass right here has to go across the box to R9. He went to shoot across the keeper. Schmeichel with another fantastic save. But this was the goal in the game. Cristiano Ronaldo, powerful strike across the goalkeeper, and you see what it meant to MH when that goal did go in to give them a win on the board. Yeah, we made the joke about it. When in doubt, just give it to Cristiano Ronaldo and he'll do the rest in the box, because that's how it felt at that time. You certainly felt like the pressure was mounting on sort of Team FUTWIZ, because they were creating all these chances, couldn't find a way through, could ELS, and eventually, as we said, Ronaldo, last 3 minutes left in that game, got that really important result on the board. Yeah, the ultimate big game player, Cristiano Ronaldo, right there, proving why he is in all these teams. Probably 100% conversion rate across every single player. Using Cristiano Ronaldo, fantastic, and you see the scores there once again. 3-1, that was the penalty shootout win, and look how tight it's been. 1-0 wins for each team, going either way. A penalty shootout in the first game, and the game that we're currently watching right now, 1 apiece. Yeah, as you said, we are going to give it a couple of minutes to get that game back underway. As soon as it's ready, we'll throw over to it. In the meantime, let's check in with Layla and Spencer to see how they're feeling about the game so far.
This entire time, I mean, tension has been the word throughout. Interesting to hear the casters talk about the momentum shifting a little bit. I almost think it's too early to say that, because it could shift all over again.
Well, obviously, when Torrijos took the lead, it was nicely poised for them to go and get that 5th game. But when FUTWIZ equalised it, you start to think, hang on, maybe FUTWIZ do want to finish this here. They don't want to go to a 5th game and get it done in 4. You know, it's going to be great to see when the action starts again, because we've seen 2 goals in a match as well, which we've only seen once before in this series, which is good to see. So hopefully we can have some more as well. I mean, that's the only thing I would say these matches are missing. I love the tightness and how close these are, and the fact that it could go to a 5th game. I've kind of bigged up the South American region a little bit at the top of the show for the action and the free-flowing attack. We haven't necessarily seen that, although it does feel to me like we've seen a lot more missed chances today. I don't know exactly what that's down to. It does. From the South American players, maybe it's the angles they're shooting from or whatnot, but I don't feel it's been a lack of opportunities. I think it's been a lack of prolificness in front of goal, if you like.
Could it be the pressure, you know, the situation?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, I'm only comparing it, I guess, to other games we've seen, which the pressure is all there for, right? Yeah. But, you know, these guys can obviously shut me up and go and score loads of goals and we'd all be happy, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Wouldn't we? But, yeah, I mean, it's been great. We can't argue that. From a neutral perspective, a 5th game would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Let's take a look at the goals that we did have. If you can walk us through your sentiments on these.
Yes, this is Torrijos on the line here with this. I'll be honest, I would never have shot from that angle. He had 2 bodies between him and the goal. I was really surprised to see it on the left foot, and it did squeeze in. But sometimes you've got to take the risk to get the reward. That was the equaliser there from FUTWIZ. Yeah, and sometimes I think people see goals like that go in, and they kind of are annoyed by them because they think there's a low percentage chance, and particularly at this level, it's all about playing to the maximum percentage possible. But then also, I think, actually, you know, fair play to him, because he's had a shot from that angle. That was a gamble. And sometimes they're going to pay off for you. So maybe you could argue the keeper could do better. But actually, if you look at that back, you'd see there was a couple of defenders between him and the player of the ball. His visibility in real life and in FIFA would be limited. So it'd be harder to save.
With the similarities in the team choices that you've shown us, and also how tight this has been throughout. It's really just a very brilliant matchup, this.
We couldn't have asked for a better final. Like I said, the only thing we could ask for is a little bit more on the goal side, but they're trying to get it. It's perhaps better matched than we thought it would be when we looked at the way these guys matched up on stats. But again, you've got to remember, so much of qualification was with different squads. The reason these squads are so similar now is because they've been given every player to choose from. And therefore, you're obviously going to choose mostly the same based on the best ratings in the game. That's not the case when these guys play previously in the qualifiers, when they had their own teams. There's a lot more subjectivity involved. So, I mean, that's maybe why we're seeing the kind of levels be equalised a bit.
Knowing the dangers, clearly they respect their opponent very much in the way that they're playing the game today. What would you be recommending they do now that when they come back now?
From a FUTWIZ perspective, you're seeing a 1-1. There's no pressure on you for this game. If it doesn't work out, that next game you're going to go back to. The only thing you have got to be aware of, obviously, is the console situation.
Yeah.
You know, we're playing on Xbox right now. Okay, if this goes against FUTWIZ, we're going to go to a 5th game. That goes back to PlayStation. Okay. Which player would you rather get this done for you? Of course, it sounds obvious. They're going to want to win it in 4 games if they can, right? Why would you opt to go to a 5th? But I'm thinking more about the way they approach the rest of this game. Because if you go out and attack, whilst you increase your chance of scoring a goal, you also open up your defence a little bit. The better strategy might be almost becoming a little, and it's not necessarily what the neutral wants to hear, but from a purely competitive angle, might be being a little bit more of a passenger in the game, giving up some possession and letting them make a mistake, if you feel like maybe you're better off on the next console anyway. Because this matchup, PH Zin versus Vinny, you could argue, again on stats, Vinny is FUTWIZ's best player, but certainly PH Zin isn't just ES Torio's best player in the continent now. So do you want to get this game out of the way as quickly as possible? And maybe if you take the loss, you feel more confident in the next one? Because if they were to go and attack this game, FUTWIZ, and they end up, let's say they lost 4, I don't think it's going to happen because these games haven't been that open, but let's say they lost 4-5-1, could knock their confidence. The momentum then means it's gone from 2-0 to 2-all. They're going to feel like the underdogs are getting that 5th game. There's so many things you've got to think about. I mean, a coach is just going to tell any player you'd like to think to win the game in front of them.
That's from a FUTWIZ perspective. What about from a Torneos perspective?
They have to win this game, so they haven't got a lot of options, have they? They went 1-0 up. They'll be annoyed that they gave away the equaliser, but they'll be looking to get it done as soon as they can. You know, get the pressure off.
The right player for the job right now.
Yeah, and I said it before, didn't I? If PH Zin can't win for them, then they can't be expected to win with MH7 because this is their man. He's their number 1 man. No disrespect to MH7, still 27th in the continent, but they've got the joint first player, so he should be winning his games. You know, he did lose his first match, which was the reason they went down to 2-0 in this sequence. So he's got a little bit to do here, I think, to help his teammate.
Would you be making any changes to the team right now?
Well, again, if I'm FUTWIZ, I'm not too worried about this score right now. So maybe let's let the game play out a little bit, see what happens next. There's going to come a time, because we know that ELS Torres have to win the game. There's going to come a time when they're running out of time and they have to go more attacking, and that's going to open things up. That's maybe where the goals will come that we've been lacking in these earlier matches. But yeah, they'll know when that is. One thing I always think is sometimes if you're waiting for that moment to make that change, you might even have a pause cued. The ball might not go out for a while. And sometimes, let's say you decide to make that change and go more aggressive from the 70th minute, say, you might make the pause at the 70th minute, but the ball might not go out to the 80th, and suddenly you've only got 10 minutes to make that change. So I think personally in this scenario it's better to go attacking early rather than leave it too late.
Fair enough. Well, we're going to go over to the casters and hear their thoughts as well.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, as we said, we'll get that action back underway as soon as we can. The storyline is, though, Vinny's still yet to lose a game in the E-Club World Cup since he's been here. And the fact he's beaten this man that we keep on hyping on about, joint number 1 ranked on the Xbox rankings at the moment, that would have, fueled him with confidence. On the flip side of PH, he's like, I've got to prove something here. I've got to go and win this game to take it to that final game, as we've spoken about, the reverse sweep, still maybe being a possibility here in the Zone 5 finals. But let's refresh ourselves, Rich, on how both of these teams even got to this stage, of course, in the grand final.
Yeah, just going off what you said there, he's number 1. He needs to live up to that mantra. Do you know what I mean? You can't be number 1 and not winning your games. You've only got 2 to win. You look at the groups here, 9 points from 4 matches for Torneos. Netshoes went to in 7. Group B, 6-6-6. Group C, you saw SPQR and Medellin go through 9 points. And then in Group D, it was MGCF and Team FUTWIZ going through in 2nd. Don't matter if you go through the groups 1st or 2nd, All that matters is that you do it in the knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, on top of that brief, only 5 points that they did get in that group. The men, at the end of the day, just get through the groups, finish in the top 2. That's all you got to do. This is how the knockouts went, though. We'll talk about ELS Torneos Online first. They played against TTB eSports. You can see how those games went. They needed 3 games in the quarters. Have a look at some of those goals that did go in there. It was end-to-end FIFA. This was the 3rd and final game, Richard, but they did get the job done in the end.
They did indeed. You see, they went 2-0 up early doors. TTB eSports got a couple of goals back. Rude Hullet there on half-time. He went 3-1 up. Carlos Alberto down this right-hand side. Just look for the cutback into CR7. First-time strike past the goalkeeper, but it was a little bit nervy viewing as TTB eSports, through Cristiano Ronaldo, got a goal back with 18 minutes left. 3 goals to 2. And we went on to the semi-finals right here for eLigaSul against SPQR. This was played yesterday. Cristiano Ronaldo into the back post. Pele with the goal. It was sort of one-way traffic in the end. They only did it in 2 matches. PSG 4-0 victory in this match.
Best result we've seen from him. Best result we've seen from PSG, and we were crying out for a performance like this yesterday. That is a man oozing with confidence. That's how they got through on the top half of the bracket. Quarter-final and semi-final results, sorry. On the flip side, they did it in 2 in the quarter-finals, didn't they, Footwiz, against Netherlands?
Yeah, they did it in 2 matches. First game up, great finish there past the goalkeeper. Penalty came back down the other end with only 14 minutes left to play, but Team Footwiz didn't go quietly. 90th minute, R9 Ronaldo, first-time fake shot back into Ronaldo from the pass from Cruyff and rifled into the back of the net. And this was the semi-final against FC Basel. They lost the 2nd game, they won the 1st, and it went through to the 3rd and final decisive matchup where Vinny beat Spider-Kong.
Yeah,
mistake at the back.
Hard done by there. You saw Spider-Kong on social media yesterday. Felt hard done by on that result. But credit where it's due to Vinny. Didn't beat him just once, beat him twice in the series. Really impressive result. As you said, a really tight game. Goalkeeper movement left Schmeichel in no man's land. And then this chance happened. Vinny loving those late clutches, those last-minute goals. R9 dancing, trickling his way through the box in the end. And that was their sort of run into the grand final. In the grand final, we're in a 4th game. We have to remind people at home, they did go 2-0 up in the game. The penalty shootout went on the PS4 for Lugo, and then a 1-0 win against, of course, PH for Vinny. And then ELS Torneos did bite back.
Just a quick moment there, Brandon. People often say, how do people get nervous? How can you tell nerves? Look at the scores of the games. 3-2, 3-2, PH 4-0. Then you look at the final. That's what nerves looks like in a graphic right there. Penalty shootout, 1-0, 1-0, and a 1-1.
And we're still not
all
done.
Those goals that were scored earlier in the tournament, where maybe less on the line if you went out there, I got top 8. Now you're in the final, you don't want to lose. Your palms get sweaty, you get a little bit more nervous, and in the attacking third, goals don't go in.
No, they don't go in. Indeed, as we said. How does this break affect things as well? Because it was 1-1 in the game. I can't really recall who was on top. It was a pretty even game. First 45 minutes. We had about a minute played within the second half, so about 46-7 minutes. We'll jump back into the game. We often talk about this a lot, how a break, as much as it's a 5-10 minute break, can affect things for both players. Some players play well off it, some players don't play so well off it. As you said, the storyline is Team Footwiz win this game. They will be your Zone 5 champions, $23,000 in their back pocket. On the flip side, for ELS Torneos, if they win, we go back to the PS4 again for a 3rd time, Richard. That would be one hell of a journey.
Yeah, unbelievable. It'd be sort of the first time where we've seen that reverse sweep come in as well. If ELS Torneos was to be victorious, but we've still got 45 minutes left of FIFA to play. We've still got 2 top-level competitors, 1st versus 11th, I think you said, in the Global Series rankings, taking each other on. And Vinny's been right up there. We are joining the action live right now. Jumping inside the second half of game number 4 here.
Yeah, 1-1 the scoreline. Team Footwiz. Kicking from left to right in their traditional Footwiz strip. ELS Torneos Online looking to defend that one. It's exactly what Able to happen. Oh, whipped into the box, deep into the box it will go. Headed then back across and a chance to break forward.
You see this R9 Ronaldo coming forward right here. Into Kylian Mbappe, linking up to Bruno Fernandes. Hoyt and Bruno in that centre of midfield. Two incredible centre mids, box to box. Whatever, attacking or defending, they can do it. Pele, chance, squared across the box. Kylian Mbappe with a huge goal to send PHZ into a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, perfect stuff and a perfect goal. That pass made everything happen. Pele able to square it back to Mbappe, who really has been the star of the show in this game. There may have been a break, there may have been a little stoppage in play. It's only taken about 9 minutes since the restart for us to see our first goal. It's gone to the team that need to win this game to try and complete this incredible story, this comeback story, which they could be so close to doing. It's going to be a corner. I should say a goal kick. I thought it was going to be a corner for a split second there. Big goal though. They're in the driving seat now.
Huge goal. I mean, also, you look at the complexion of this tie, completely turning over. Chance there for Mbappe. Ball bounced around the box. Schmeichel saves. If you're just joining us, the scoreline underneath that 2-1, that's the scoreline that you have to be concentrating on. The one inside the brackets. It's 2-1 right now. It's only a one-legged game of FIFA.
There's only 30 minutes left. As we said, Team FUTWIZ in possession now. Trailing by 2-1. Can they look to respond again? He's done it once already, Vinny. This would be the first game that he may have lost in this whole E-Club World Cup group and knockout phase if PHM was to hold on to this lead or maybe find a third goal now. This will look to do with R9. Let's delay that one to bring in Cristiano Ronaldo. Well defended on the flip side for Vinny. Chance for him to come forward and break. R9 just offside. Nice couple of ball rolls from Bruno Fernandes. Does not buy him that time he was looking for.
Great challenge as well. Stepping out of the back. Aggressive defending from PHZ. He wasn't dropping off. He was stepping forward to meet the attacking player.
Another 10 minutes near enough up. The tables have turned. Will it be a defensive masterclass from PHZ in these last 20 minutes? Will he be able to hold on to this? Mbappe, can he pickpocket Virgil van Dijk? He does enough to deny that chance. As you can see, we're in leg 4. And we're about to go into leg 5 if PHZ can hold on to this. The third goal would certainly do that. Pull it. Brilliant feet. Back to Bruno Fernandes. Can he find that through ball? Now pocket of space. He's looking for Mbappe. Back to Ronaldo. Back to Mbappe. Ball around the goalkeeper. Can he dance around Schmeichel? Goes down to ground.
Could have been a penalty. As he went round the goalkeeper, I think he just got a fingertip on it. Did Schmeichel. But Vinny has to score.
One of the final chances of the game, potentially so. Hullit's in the box. Ronaldo, lovely directional nutmeg. Back to Mbappe. Brilliant block from Maldini. Just stretches out a left leg. Not proving to be enough. Mbappe could be off on the flip side. Brilliant ball. Did so well to disguise that pass. Ronaldo goes on his own. And Cristiano Ronaldo will certainly take us into a game 5.
PHZ showing his class right here. We've been asking for it. Where's the PHZ that is number 1? Didn't show that quality in the second game. But on the 4th match in this series, PHZ showing why he is the top dog in South America.
As you said, this was the game. Vinny has not lost the game up to this point.
That'll be the last game he plays as well.
We've been waiting to have a same for PHZ.
Yeah.
That's why it's important he went out with a win. More so to ensure that his team still have a chance to be crowned Zone 5 winners in the FIFAe Club World Cup. 11 minutes left in this one. The scoreline 3-1. ELS Torneos Online could be on to make an incredible story if they were to go into that final game. That's the PS4 MH7. Wins that game, the reverse sweep is complete. Still 2-0 down.
Still a little bit of time for Vinny. Don't count him out yet.
These lights scoring these sort of last moment goals, these last big clutch chances. Guards in the box, Mbappe looking for another one to solidify this result. Hullet does well, Hullet off the post, back to Hullet.
Okay,
and the
now
easiest
you
goal
can count
was
him out.
scored.
Now you can count Vinny out.
And Vinny, the first game he may have lost, makes that 4-1 PH in. The last game we saw of his yesterday, he gave us a first-class result. The last game we're going to see him today, we're seeing a better performance where he's had to come out and play a lot better.
In this second half, just looks a completely different player. Looks rejuvenated, looks re-energised. 4-1 he leads against Footwiz Vinny, who will be putting the ball firmly in the hands of his teammate in MH7 to win the trophy. For Footwiz, it will be Lugo stepping up.
As I said, a must-win game. The break certainly worked in his favour, so it seemed, for PHG, the number 1 ranked player on the Xbox. That's full time, and that means that we will be going to a 5th game in the series. PHG showing the class that we've been looking for and that consistency that we've been looking for so far in this tournament. It's all to play for now. We go back to the PlayStation for a 3rd and final time. You know, you look at these results in front of our own very eyes. Both players are beating each other. This is a really difficult... I mean, we knew it was going to be a competitive final, but this is such a hard one to call.
It's just been back and forth, hasn't it? Even the games that have been won, that was the first game right there for PHZ that was a convincing scoreline, shall we say. The rest of the games, what, a penalty shootout and then back-to-back 1-0s? There wasn't it wasn't an emphatic win. That was the first win where you thought, okay, this now has gone out of reach for the opponent. In all the other games, in those 1-goal swing games, all you need is one opportunity. You go to extra time, you go to penalties, and you can steal a result from your opponent. Never mind how good they played, the scoreline is the only thing that matters. And you talk about sort of confidence and momentum. We alluded it in the third game. I feel as though that ball is firmly in ELS Torneos' court to win this matchup right now.
I mean, we have to give credit where it is due as well. They were 2-0 down in the series. 2-0 down. You know, any team that's been 2-0 down so far is you know, ended up losing. Even if they pull 1 game back, it just wasn't enough. Now they've pulled back 2 games. You're saying that you're looking at ELS as maybe the team in the driving seat with the confidence, or
I think in terms of the confidence, in terms of momentum, everything mental inside your head is going towards Torneos right now. Footwiz will be the team that maybe a little bit under the cosh, maybe a little bit sort of worried about where this game could go. But it's a one-legged game of FIFA. Anything can happen in a one-legged game of FIFA. We know that. We've seen enough FIFA to see that in these one-and-done matches, especially when the pressure is ramped up to 10, you're not only playing for yourself, you're playing for your org, you're playing for your teammate, but you're also playing for a big amount of money. You're playing for a lot of pride. You're playing for a lot of accolades. All that on one person's shoulders. Someone's going to crumble and someone's going to flourish.
Well, it's gone to, in the nicest way, the 2 players that aren't maybe as highly ranked this season in the Global Series and in other tournaments outside of this FIFAe Club World Cup. But no doubt, you can't look past the fact that they've also played a major part in getting their teams to the finals, and that's not us taking any, respect away from what they've been able to achieve. It's looking at, that was always the big game. The Xbox game was the one that we always knew was going to be a really tightly contested one. You know, Lugo against MH7 will be the decider now. $23,000 to one of these winning teams in Zone 5 when that game does take place. We jump back to the PS5 again, and it's the 5th time we're going to go to this one in our first ever sort of 5th game in a best-of-5 series. That's why we've got a best-of-5.
Yeah, this is what we wanted. We wanted that reverse sweep. We wanted that best-of-5. Incredible scenes from Zone 5 here at the FIFA 21 E-Club World Cup. For the final time, let's head back over to Layla and Spencer to break it all down.
PH, Zin held in high regard and with good reason. You wanted some more goals and he delivered.
He did, to be fair to him, yeah. 5 goals in that game. The number 5 seems to be very important right now. 5 goals in that game. We're going to the 5th matchup. It's zone 5. But that was better. That's more my kind of speed. We're going to look at some of the goals here. But what I like about where we are right now is the Xbox games, we've had a winner on both sides. The PlayStation games, we've had a winner on both sides. This is what you want from your 5th matchup. Obviously, it's going to come back to PS4 here. These are some of the goals from the PS4 games we have seen already. That was an equaliser there for FUTWIZ, and that game ended up going to penalties. And this is another one here, 2-1 up for ELS Torneos in this game. And obviously we know that it ended up being a bit more, I think it's actually one of the Xbox games. This is the one that ended up 4-1. That finish, by the way, was actually unbelievable. Like, when I watched the replay, how much in the corner of the goal it was right in the side netting.
Yeah.
And then here, this is the 4th and final goal, I believe. Hullet with a left foot shot, a little bit fortuitous that it comes back to him. Like, I'd love to see if he could actually control it like that. We've seen Hullet do a few of them, you know. We saw Hullet with the one that was cleared by Spider Kong, also against FUTWIZ. Cleared right at him, he just touches it down. Like, maybe if anyone could do it, Ruud Hullet could, I don't know. But yeah, again, I say the same thing with those goals. If you get the rebounds, it's because you're in the right position still. You've got to be there, you've got to be that fox in the box.
Let's stick to talking about PH Zin for a moment, because all eyes were on him for that game, and it was important that he really shined and showed why he is so highly ranked.
Well, he had to win. He had to win, because without the win, he would be out. Simple as that. And this year, I'd say more than ever, because the way it's regionalised, it's zoned off, there's a bit more pressure to win your zone, I would say, because previously, if you got to, I mean, obviously everyone wants to win, but if you get to a semi-final of the normal E-Club World Cup, that's an amazing achievement. Whereas in your zones, you want to say, I'm the best in my zone, and then be added to the kind of world conversation, don't you? And which these guys are very close to doing, but it does show you. I mean, let's look at the rankings again. These 4 Brazilians we have left here. We have number 1 in South America on Xbox, that's PH Zin. We have 11th in Vinny, also on Xbox. And then we have 27th and 40th. These are the 2 lads that are going to go up against each other now. That's MH7 and Lugo. So 27th and 40th. Now, let's not get away from the facts here. In terms of the worldwide conversation, that's unbelievably good at FIFA. To be in the top 27 and 40, that is very, very hard. Yeah. There's millions of players. But in the competitive conversation, there's quite a few people that are ahead of them in their continent. So how have they got this far? What is it they've done? And I think you've got to give credit to the teams, the organisations behind them, the selection in putting these guys together, that obviously there's a balance there, that they've been able to get this far, and their ability to work in a team. I think these are things that don't necessarily get ranked in the 1v1 Global Series leaderboard. So it shows you you can be part of a really successful team, even if you're not the best player.
We've seen 40th drag 27th to penalties, and we've seen 27th beat 40th in the 3rd leg. And now it all goes back down to the PlayStation with MH7 versus Lugo. How much obviously they know each other, they would have researched each other, but how much in just this game, these games alone, would they have learned and be prepared for in order to go into this 5th leg?
Having games against each other, you know, just minutes on the pitch on FIFA 21 is really important. Even if you've played them earlier in FIFA 21, it doesn't necessarily help you that much because the game gets patched, things change, people have now got new players available. These guys have played each other now very recently, literally in the last few hours.
Yeah.
And it's only still 2 90-minute legs of FIFA they've had against each other. That's not a load, but it's enough to get an idea of what they're looking in for. So every single game we see, I'd argue whoever comes out on top in the later games is showing that step more dominance because they've obviously adapted. So, I mean, the issue Lugo has, apart from being the 40th ranked and the lower ranked player here, is he's generally struggled to score goals. Okay, he's now scored just 5 goals. 5 goals since that's not just knockouts, that's also the league phase after qualification.
Wow.
Compared to his teammate who scored 20 now, you know? That's a big difference. He's played 1 less game, to be fair to him, but he has to win. If he's going to win, I think it's going to be a 1-0 again, or maybe even a penalty. I could be wrong, but I don't see Lugo coming out here and winning by 3, 4, 5 goal margin. It's just not been the way he's played his FIFA.
So we're saying the odds are stacked in Torneos' favours, or potentially another set of penalties.
The more open the game is,
yeah,
the more stacked in the ELS Torneos' favour it is, I'd say.
So it could be in FUTWiz's interest to really park the bus a little bit.
Yeah, maybe park the bus, maybe just sort of defend a little bit, give possession away a little bit, but then look to play on the counter. It's a very effective way to play this year. You know, it's frustrating, for sure, if you're against it, really frustrating, but I would always say to any player, use the best tactic available to you, whatever caters to your skill set the most. I'd never hold it against someone. People that generally get annoyed by that, people that haven't got an answer for it.
PHZin's not going to be needed now, no matter what. What will the teammates be saying to each other?
They're both going to sort of coach role now, won't they? Just trying to give them any information they can, any help they can. It's not a nice situation to be in when you're kind of powerless to an extent and you're handing your destiny over to your teammate. But that is the situation we're in. That's why we said the fact that we start on PlayStation is so important, because we knew if it came to a 5th game, it would be on PlayStation. It's time for the PS4 boys to do it.
Yeah, PHZin and Vinny can put their controllers down. All the pressure is left on MH7 and Lugo as we continue. It's over to our casters.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, for the final time, this game will be played. As you said, only one team can remain champions in Zone 5 in the FIFA E-Club World Cup. I mean, we've been to penalties, we've been to extra time. I mean, FUTWiz were 2-0 in this game, then it went back the other way. This is all to play for in the biggest of games. $23,000 on the line. You don't know which way the ball swings, from a team that were winning 2-0 in the series, then to losing the next 2 games. And now it's over to the PlayStation side with the 2 lower ranked players, as Spencer was touched upon. Only 5 goals that Lugo has scored throughout the group stages and the knockouts. Went to a penalty shootout in the game earlier today, but he did win it in the first time they did play. The second time they matched, MGH won his game by a 1-0. So it's difficult to look really into that, because all the games they've played have been so tightly contested.
Absolutely. Tightly contested, even matches, a penalty shootout, then a 1-0 win either way. There's only one certainty, and that's we're about to crown a winner. Whoever it may be, one layer FIFA to separate a winner and a loser. Will it be ELS Torneos, or will it be Team FUTWiz Brazil? That is the only thing that we've got left to find out for today. We've already crowned 2 winners from Zone 1 and Zone 3. Dire Wolves and 25 eSports from Zone 1 and 3. Tomorrow we go 2, 4 and 6. But right now it's all on Zone 5. Game 5 between these 2 mammoths in the South American region.
Yeah, second biggest prize pot as well this zone had in Zone 5. $61,500 on the line. Just behind that European zone in Zone 4. $75,000 on the line. That one, as Richard said, concludes tomorrow alongside Asia and North America. So plenty more action to come here in the FIFA E-Club World Cup. By the end of the weekend, we'll have 6 different winners from all over the world and 6 different esports organisations or football clubs retrospectively. That's the game you can see in front of you. A game that's gone all the way to the final sort of length, and that's why we have a best of 5, Rich, for these moments. You can start badly, you can be 2-0 down in games, but you can still claw it back, can't you?
There's always time to turn it around. Granted, maybe not as much time as other events where you played over 2 legs, but that's why defensive performances have been paramount in this Club World Cup format. You don't want to go down at half-time 3-0. We saw it in Zone 1. We saw Marco 3-0 down at half-time. He didn't have enough time, he didn't have enough sort of resources to turn that game around in the second half, losing 4-2 against Dylan. That was the second game. We're in game 5 right now, so all the sort of nervous energy, all that sort of electricity in the air has just been turned up another 3. It's been times 3. It's been multiplied. It's been accelerated even further. This is the opportunity for somebody to make history and claim the Zone 5 FIFA E-Club World Cup trophy.
I mean, as you said, they'll be over the moon they've even got to this stage, into this final, which is a great feat from both of these 2 teams. You said 12 teams from South America were able to make it into this stage. You look at the best 2, they've gone right down to the very wire. Absolutely incredible. I mean, why don't we look back at all the goals that have gone in this grand final up to date, because there's been so many goals across the 4 games. This is leg 1, and as we know in leg 1, it was a 1-1 game that needed extra time and then a penalty shootout.
Great turn there. Maldini just rebounding that in for the own goal. Penalty missed straight down the middle of the goal, and that was the save that won it. This is the second game right here, and this was another FUTWIZ win. 1-0 in game 2. Penalty was saved by the goalkeeper, Rudhully unsuccessful, but look at this goal right here. Maybe the best goal of the series so far. R9 Ronaldo, ball roll, scoop turn the other way and smash past the goalkeeper. Big vamos from Vinny.
Yeah, as we did say, this was the chances, the double save of Schmeichel. I'm sure will always be remembered. PAG could only laugh to himself on that occasion. There were still more chances let on into the game, and massive defensive blocks from the likes of Alphonso Davies and Maldini. That was job done, and we were thinking, Team FUTWIZ, you're one game away from winning this one. It was a must-win game for ELS Torneos, and that's exactly what they were able to do in this matchup here. All the pressure was just mounting and mounting and mounting, and MGH finally found the breakthrough in the second half, didn't he? He was building into it.
It took a while to get that opening goal. Pele striking at the near post, Schmeichel saving yet again. An opportunity, Mbappe, there was a potential option at the back post. Decided to strike in at goal, but this was the final goal of the game. Cristiano Ronaldo past the goalkeeper in the bottom left corner. Huge scenes from MH's house right there, and this was game number 4, leg 4 you could call it. Cristiano Ronaldo scoring past the goalkeeper just before half-time. Got a goal back, did FUTWIZ Vinny, but PH Zin showed his quality in the end, reeling out a 4-1 victor after leg 4 final finished.
And showed exactly what PH Zin is all about, Richard. That's what we wanted to see. A very convincing performance in the end, and it was, again, another must-win to keep this tie all alive and to keep this going into a final game. This is a really good goal in the end, just finding his feet. Maybe a fortunate finish, but a really strong ending to that fourth and final game. As we said, congratulations to PH Zin. He will not play again, and Vinny won't either. It goes back to the PlayStation for one final time. MH7 against Lugo Toledo. Winner will win the FIFA E Club World Cup. Zone 5 for their team, and as I said, a ridiculous amount of money as well, $23,000 on the line. This is no doubt the biggest game of FIFA that these two would have played so far in their career today, you'd say.
Absolutely, yeah. PH Zin and Vinny have both been involved in huge matches. PH Zin obviously a victor in 2 qualifiers. Vinny, FIFA 20, I think he finished second, losing to Nicholas Razek in Bucharest in FIFA 20. So that was a great performance from him. But for these two players, MH7 and Lugo 07 Toledo, this is their moment to break out. This is their moment to shine. And they'll be shining for either ELS Torneos or FUTWIZ Brazil. The question is, who's going to shine brighter?
Yeah, that is the question. The way to find out is by playing one more game of FIFA. As soon as it is ready, we will, of course, bring you the action in that game. It's hard to call out a standout game for me. I'd probably still say that PH Zin Vinny game in the first time they played, because we had 2 goal line clearances, we had the double save from Schmeichel, we had an unbelievable goal as well, which is probably the goal of the series from R9 Ronaldo. The ball roll into the scoop turn and able to put it into the back of the net in the end. What about you? Would you agree?
Yeah. I think that was an incredible game. I think the second half of the PH Zin versus FUTWIZ Vinny game, we saw the PH Zin that we expected to see in the second game. Goal scoring, high octane offensive performances from the #1 player in South America on the Xbox, but it's all going to come down to the PlayStation leg. We don't really have much else to preview, Brandon. It's game 5, winner take all scenario. Who's going to be the champ?
Yeah, who is going to be the champ indeed, and recap and round out our Saturday here in the FIFA E Club World Cup. Let's just recap that quickly. 24 eSports, they won that earlier zone today. They won the Middle East and Africa zone. On the flip side on that, we saw Oceania close out early today here in London. It was a massive game. They did finish for the win for Dire Wolves. They just about snatched it before we maybe have had to go to a final and 5th game. They played over 4 games in their best of 5. And then tomorrow, I mean, let's just talk about tomorrow for a split second. We have got game after game after game but big games.
Huge matches. We're going to be finalising Europe, Astralis, Team Makers, both in that final, and then you go over to North America as well. Complexity, looking for the back-to-back, looking for the repeat, potentially on the Club World Cup trophy. Can they do it? What stands in front of them? Well, New York City FC, and in particular, New York City Chris, who's been playing some of his best FIFA of the season. Those matches are going to be so insightful. Looking at Chris against Joxan, potentially, if they get the lion's share, if they get game 1, 3, and 5, those matches are going to be incredible to watch. That's coming up tomorrow, but today we've got one game to finalise who will be the victor in Zone 5.
No, definitely, indeed. I mean, we can't wait for that one. I think that's the zone we haven't spoken about enough. Zone 6, that is, in North America. Yes, it's a different format this year in the FIFA eClub World Cup, but complexity in a different format, still playing good FIFA. And if they win that final tomorrow, they will be, again, technically champions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 6 winners, 6 zones, and 6 sort of players stamping their authority on the Club World Cup. It's been a trophy that's been running for numerous years, going all the way back to 2017. Bromby, successful via Expect Sporting. You might be like, who's that? That's not a name I've heard in a while. Well, Marcuso, he was victorious. 2018, it was Houston and Fredberg for Bromby. Yeah, back-to-back champions were Team Bromby. They know how to pick a Club World Cup roster. FIFA 19, we saw the inclusion of the 2v2 format where you were playing together. Who was victorious, I hear you ask? Well, Nicholas and Tex, the best 2 players in the world in FIFA 19, they teamed up. Best Xbox, best PS, and, well, they were the best team in 2019. 2020, it was Complexity in Milan this time last year, were victorious, took the trophy, took the top spot, and also looking to go back-to-back. They're going to be in action tomorrow.
Yeah, as you said, but technically 2 esports organisations, 2 football clubs have picked up the FIFA eClub World Cup in recent times. I mean, the fact that we're going to be seeing Houston in a grand final tomorrow, he's already an eClub World Cup champion. It might be back a couple of years ago, but he would have not forgotten that experience. And guess who else he's partnered with? A 2014 FIFA Interactive World Cup champion. So that's not a bad duo, is it, for Astralis?
It's not a bad duo at all, but when you look what's opposite them, an incredible team in Team Makers. Principe, numerous champion in Italy, 2017 Madrid regional finalist as well, and a regional champion, I should say, beating Gorilla in the final alongside Ollie Bolly, one of the best players in the world. He's probably the top player on PlayStation in Sweden, one of the top players in Europe, a player to be feared, and a player that certainly is coming for a Club World Cup trophy.
Yeah, as we said, all the action will be taking place tomorrow across, of course, Asia, Europe, and North America, closing out the day. We've done a bit of a preview for this last game of the day. We'll go back to Leda and Spencer for one more time to preview their final thoughts of this big final game.
Yes, you may have been waiting for that 5th game for a little while. You may have noticed us filling. It's not just because we love the sound of our own voice. There are some details that were very important that we checked and got correctly. It turns out that in the 46th minute of the 4th game, a goalkeeper was changed when there was a problem with the console. In the interest of fairness, we are going to go back and restart that game from the 46th minute. It looks like Torneos' PH Zin changed a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
And that's not allowed.
Yeah, it's important to stress that obviously there was an internet issue, so the game was restarted anyway at that point, and then it was only afterwards it was noticed that the goalkeeper had changed. Basically, that whole build-up we just did about this final game is not the final game, because they might not even need a final game.
Yeah, we'll go back.
And in fairness, you know, Torneos obviously won that match. They've now got to win it again. It's going to be rejoined at a different scoreline, the exact same scoreline it was when that game was stopped at the 46th minute. So that's essentially what we've been dealing with. It is 1-1, by the way. That's where we're joining it. Obviously, he ended up winning that game 4-1. So it's gone back to that scoreline. So it's going to be interesting.
Yes, so we do apologise for the delays there, but it is important that we get this right. So this is the team that they started with, and that's the team that they're going to go back into again, aren't they? Van der Sar goal.
It's interesting because we did the whole sort of sequence before about one of the key differences between the 2 teams
was the
fact
goalkeeper.
That one was using Van der Sar, one was using Schmeichel. Schmeichel was brought in. Was he brought in because he'd been having a screamer? I don't know.
Was he listening to you?
Schmeichel had done some unbelievable things. It could have been an accident. We don't know. We'll have to find out afterwards. But the fact remains it's going to be replayed for the second half.
Yes, so he's going to be redoing that from the 46th minute. So we're going back to the 4th game. And we're going to go over to our casters.
Well. Not into a 5th game just yet. I mean, that caught us off guard as well. That was a sneaky move. I mean, Schmeichel goes in goal. Fair play from both players there. We're going to jump back, as we said, to the 46th minute at a 1-1 scoreline. P8 Zin, you know, you can rewrite that again. We're going to see P8 Zin again. It's not job done yet for him or Vinny. This is still all up for grabs. I mean, if Team FUTWIZ win this game, they are the E-Club World Cup champions in zone number 5. So no need to talk about that final game yet. They still need to win this next game, do ELS?
Yeah, forget about momentum, forget about confidence. That can be scrapped because we're going back into game 4. This is where we are at right now. We're going to pick up in the 46th minute. It's currently 1-1, and this is where we are at between PH Zin and FUTWIZ Vinny. We're just making sure everything is ready for the players. And we'll be back underway very shortly indeed. Look,
technically,
doesn't happen a lot, this, but when it does, you have to be composed. That is the one word. This suits FUTWIZ massively. I
mean, there's two ways you look at it, isn't there? Because there was a break, and there was the first issue in the game, 46 minutes in, and now we've had another break. Who does this suit more? That's the question we're going to have to wait to see to be answered. As I said, about 45 minutes left to be played. PA Zin 1-1. This was the team that ELS did start with before we did have that technical difficulty. As you can see, Edwin van der Sar was in goal. On the flip side of that, when the game was restarted, you saw that man in goal, in Schmeichel.
And in the interest of fair play, we're going to restart the game at 46 minutes at 1 apiece between these two sides. So 1-1. Everything that you've just seen, forget, because it's now back to game 4. Rewind the clock about 20 minutes. We're going back to find out, can FUTWIZ do it in 4? Can Vinny get over the line against PH Zin?
As you can see them just sending it back to how it should be. There you go. Schmeichel back in the reserves. Van der Sar in goal. Faizin just concluded that final change to ensure, as you said, an even playing field. Fair play to both teams there for coming to that agreement, going back. But, I mean, we speak about PHN being a very good FIFA player, being tested, being tried out in this tournament, in previous qualifiers. He's had to go through, a couple of different hurdles in this game. Still has to win it if he wants to go to a 5th game for his teammate.
Has to win it. And right now, mentally, you're thinking, if you're PH Zin, what else do I need to do? You've had an obstacle after obstacle thrown in front of you. That's his mistake right there. And fair play to if it was an admin, if it was one of the players on FUTWIZ, whether it was Dan, whoever it was behind the scenes who spotted that to point it out, because we are all in the interest of fair play, in fairness. If the error didn't happen previously, Schmeichel never comes into goal. He's playing with Van der Sar the entire match, so a little bit sneaky to change the goalkeeper, but fair play, we're going to get the game back underway. I'm just looking right now, and we're only a few minutes away from getting that game restarted. 1-1, 1 apiece between PH Zin and FUTWIZ Vinny.
I mean, let's really talk about the big fact here is that PH Zin came out flying after the last break, won 4 goals to 1 in the end, was running away with a tie, now has to go back to that 1-1. You're thinking mentally, how does this affect both players? Does it pick up FUTWIZ more? Does it?
Well, FUTWIZ get a second opportunity to win it right now. You're not only having to go to game 5, but you're putting the ball back in Vinny's court. You're putting the controller back in Vinny's hand, where, if you're a FUTWIZ fan, you probably want the controller to be. You want it to be in Vinny's hands. Still, not lost a game.
Still unbeaten. Still technically unbeaten. You're exactly right on that point, Richard. PH Zin has already lost to him as well.
Yep.
You have to remember that in this series. It was a 1-0 win earlier in game number 2 in the best of 5. Vinny did win that game after a superb defensive display. Brilliant goal from R9. No doubt one of the best we've seen so far in this grand final. And I mean, yeah, still plenty of time to play. We're going to join us from the 46th minute, I do believe. And we're going to jump into it very, very soon indeed. Let's have a look at some of the goals from those games earlier today. I think we're going to have a look at the game when these two did play earlier today. It was only 1 goal that was scored between the two. The interesting part about this game, there was a penalty that was missed for Vinny. We questioned how he would react from that. He reacted in the best way possible with this goal.
Yeah, going up the other end, Ronaldo playing the ball. I should say Mbappe playing the ball into R9 Ronaldo. Ball roll, scoop turn. Perfect past the goalkeeper, finding the back of the net. And this was probably one of the reasons that he wanted to get Schmeichel in goal for saves like this. Incredible from the Dane, the Great Dane, in goal. Another fantastic block here on the line from FUTWIZ Vinny. High fives all around. They did the business in game 2. The first game that they played was tight. It was 1 apiece. We thought that PHZ was victorious in that 4th game, but we're going back to game 4. Teams are correct. Will it be a repeat, or will it be a little bit of revenge for FUTWIZ Vinny and potentially a championship moment for Team FUTWIZ?
Yeah, as we said, Vinny remains unbeaten. Team FUTWIZ 1 win away from winning the FIFA E-Club World Cup. We'll have a little look back at the first leg to see how that game was played between these two. As we said, this was up to 46 minutes we did see. It was PHZ that went up by a goal still. Then there was a goal back for Vinny. Brilliant finish here from Mbappe, and that is all we got to see in that game. 46 minutes, as we said. They're going to be loading into this one as soon as they can. We've got 45 minutes in front of us.
On the scoreboard, in the history books, those 3 goals at PHZ don't count. They've been rubbed out. They don't matter. But inside the head, they matter. And PHZ will be thinking, I've already beat this guy. I've already beat him. I've not technically beat him, but I have in my own head. I've done the business, and I know that I can score. I know that I can get a couple of goals and really take it away from my opponent. Whereas for FUTWIZ Vinny, he's got a second lease of life. He's got a second opportunity, maybe an opportunity he didn't think he would have, to claim victory for Team FUTWIZ. Incredible scenes here in Zone 5 at the FIFA E Club World Cup 2021.
Yeah, well, as we said, also on top of that, it's first against 10th at this moment in time in the Xbox rankings. One thing we've learned about the E-Club World Cup, forget rankings, all right? Yes, they're very important in terms of what they mean for the global series and the playoffs, but if you're a top 50 player anywhere in the world, Europe, South America, the list goes on, North America, you are an unbelievable player because there are so many players that can't even get verified, let alone playing these qualifiers. So I know we reflect on it a lot, and yeah, because that's what we all have to. That's all we have to play with at times in terms of where we've seen these players previously performing qualifiers and whatnot. But that shows how good South America is. If that is the quality difference, that barely isn't any, from 1st to 10th, it's incredible.
I mean, not only 1st to 10th, but we've seen huge sort of discrepancies in rankings throughout this entire event. This event has nothing to do with the FIFA Global Series rankings. You don't get any points from this event. That's the Global Series rankings is sort of the only map that we have in terms of placing players roughly. Number 1, he should win some games. Number 40th, maybe he can drop a few results here and there. They've not really been an accurate map because we've seen players low down those rankings beat players right at the tippity top of those FIFA Global Series leaderboards.
Yeah, well, good news. I can see them just in the corner of my loading into the game. Very, very slow, just sorting out the invites and loading into the tie so we can get this one ready. 45 minutes left to play. 46 minutes on the clock. I mean, we've seen lots of FIFA in our time, Richard Buckley, and we've seen moments like this where players can benefit off a break or can absolutely fall over after a break in terms of they just do not come out flying in this one. Important to know, Van der Sar will be back in goal. This will 100% not be replayed again after.
It's not only been a break, it's been a holiday for these two players. From the actual game, they've waited about 35 minutes, in all honesty. That's enough time to do a number of things. Mentally, you have to keep calm, you have to keep composed, and you have to stay switched on.
That's exactly what they're going to have to do if there's any chance for PHZ to turn this one around. As we said, he wins the game. We go into that 5th game, which we were previewing. If he does win it, we'll preview it again. No problem at all. We'll preview that final game on the PlayStation. MH7 against Lunga. I mean, how do you think those players are feeling? They were ready to invite each other and get into a game.
They were ready for Game 5, weren't they? You see live shots of the players right now waiting to get into that game. Just to catch you up, we'll be keeping up to date and we'll be catching up with this game from the 46th minute in Game 4. That's live shots of FUTWIZ Vinny right there waiting to get into the match.
Smiles all round at the moment.
pressure taken off the PlayStation players as well. We were saying that that's the game, potentially. Back to the Xbox right now. PHZ. If you were to paint a man who looks stressed, that is it.
He's also a player that's had an unbelievable start to this year. Another name, funny enough, that emerges from South America. Name after name. So it often seems on the Xbox or the PlayStation. I think he's just double taking a picture of that team to ensure he's using the right one. Here we go. Finally, we are going to be jumping into this game now. FUTWIZ.
4, 3, 2.
Up against ELS Sonios online. Winner books a spot, as we said.
For a second, I panicked. So I just saw Schmeichel in goal, but I did check that it's Team
Please
FUTWIZ.
stop teasing us at home, Richard.
It's Team FUTWIZ in the top left corner, do not worry. And on the side of PHZ, it is Van der Sar in goal. Just seeing confirmation. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Said respect to both of these two for getting this game back underway. 46 minutes on the clock. We are in game number 4 in this best of 5. Team FUTWIZ win, kicking from left to right in the Team FUTWIZ strip. They will be your Zone 5 FIFA E Club World Cup champions. PHZ has to do it all over again. And as you said, this could be motivating for him to prove himself over again in these next 45 minutes.
Could be motivating for him to do it. Could also be demotivating. I've already beat this person once. Do I really have to go and do it again? Well, yes, you do, PHZ. If you want to be lifting the FIFA E Club World Cup Zone 5 trophy aloft.
There we go, first touch on the ball for Edwin van der Sar.
I just had visions of him passing it straight to the striker there.
He did look like he was off his line for a split second, didn't he? Speaking of which, on the flip side, could look to be the first attack of this game for Vinny. His storyline has been that he has remained unbeaten throughout this whole tournament process. He's only lost, sorry, he's not even lost the game. He's only drew one game. Look at the space! PHZ could be through. Mbappe cuts it back. What a block on the line again! This time Trent Alexander-Arnold still not dealt with. PHZ trying to squeeze his way through. Virgil van Dijk does enough.
Trent Alexander-Arnold with an incredible block on the line. Unbelievable scenes. He's coming forward yet again, PHZ.
And look at the amount of space he has got to exploit. Back to it. Another great block again by Maldini. And a chance to break forward. It just seems like he's so offensive at the moment. So open.
So open at the back. Both of these two look like they've just gone all-out attack to win this game.
Chance again. Oh no, and it's into the back of the net. PHZ finally restores that lead, and after a quite an explosive start, 15 minutes played here, he's back in front 2-1. Look like ultra offensive of some sort, maybe, unless I'm looking at the wrong.
They certainly are.
Yeah, there you go. We all right. You said it right, coming out to score a goal, coming out to get in front.
Coming out to prove a point as well. Both players in the 4-4-2, Ronaldo and Mbappe up top, Cristiano Ronaldo and Pele out wide, just different positions on those two, and the back four identical, in fact. Both teams so similar. But the scoreline is different, and PHZ leads 2-1.
I mean, after the goal line clearance, he was just sort of waiting, wasn't he? To get his chance on goal. He wants this 5th game for his team. Of course, his teammate, Vinny, needs to respond now. 2-1 down. For Team FUTWIZ. How good he's been throughout this process. We need to see the best performance from Vinny now. P8's in the driving seat. Alphonso Davies, acres of space to run into. This is nice into Mbappe. One more will conclude it. In all honesty, back to Pele. One more across the goal. Well defended.
Again, just underneath his own crossbar. Corner whipped straight into the box. Ronaldo! Huge goal for PHZ. 3 goals to 1 up with 20 minutes left to play.
And I think as much will go back into a pause and another change. There's 20 minutes left. It's been the perfect start to proceedings here for PHZ.
It's come out flying, hasn't it, out the traps since that 46th minute. He's on one way, he's got on one mode, and that's been attack, attack, attack. Cristiano Ronaldo. Schmeichel can't do a thing against it and sends him 3-1 up.
2 goals in 20 minutes. Never looked like such a task. This game. Brilliant ball down the line. Finds the fit of Cristiano. Can he get the ball in the box? Nice directional nutmeg. Not the best touch back inside. In all honesty, was it?
It's been one-way traffic, Brandon, in all honesty. And that's been towards Vinny's goal.
Chance again, great idea, Hullet.
Pen.
It's bundled down to the ground. Long ball over the top, that one's flicked on, running race between Alphonso Davies and Pele. 15 minutes away, there is still time, but moments like that have got to be better from Vinny. Looks to pile the pressure on, he's R9, finds the comeback, there is a goal!
Huge goal for Vinny. 3 goals to 2 with 13 minutes left to play. Can Footwiz Vinny pull out a miracle?
He did so well, didn't he, R9? Who is piling on the pressure. To get a goal back, I mean, we thought we were going into game 5. What we've played roughly about 32 minutes or so. There's been about 4 pauses.
They love a pause.
Constant changing of tactics and players and instructions as the game.
Well, it is all tactic changes as well, because they restarted the game with full stamina. So there's no fitness sort of going on here in terms of the players' stamina. Everyone's pretty much full or as close to full as possible, meaning that you can play team press from the start of the second half if you really wanted to.
Look at that press from Vinny on the word go. All that means is, though, there will be gaps in behind, and Vinny has to defend superbly well. Here's R9. Into Davies now. Chance.
Vinny.
R9. Can he find the comeback? Goes on his own. Back to R9. And out for a goal kick.
What a chance for Footwiz Vinny right there. Opened up on the finesse shot. Look at that press.
Look at the press. Van der Sar.
Good kick.
Does very well. Look at that ball into Bruno Fernandes. Brilliant pass. Mbappe, well read. Directional nutmeg falls back to the feet of the forward again. Poor pass from Vinny. Chance, Mbappe put the game to bed. Did enough on the tackle. Goes out for a goal kick. Back in possession for Vinny.
What a tackle that was. Last-ditch defending for Footwiz Vinny. And he will get one more chance to send us into extra time.
We'll have one more chance to get this ball forward. There it is. He's got Mbappe in support. Give it back to R9. Brilliant ball. Just well defended, in all honesty. Smash and grab FIFA between these two. 2 minutes left. Will there be one more attack? PA's in at times, been careless in possession. There's another prime example of it.
This is his moment. And it has to go now.
just about a minute. He needs more options, he needs more bodies forward. Mbappe's there, R9's there as well. This could be the chance. Mbappe into R9. R9 to send us into extra time.
This man loves a late goal. FUTWIZ Vinny, 91st minute equaliser to send us into extra time.
And we didn't see a live, but I can assure you there was a huge vamos when that went into the back of the net. How about that one? Look at the reaction. And there it is. I can feel that from Brazil.
That is what it means. Huge emotion from FUTWIZ Vinny.
What did we say though? PH careless in possession at times.
Sometimes you've got to go to the corner, you've got to waste that clock, you've got to wait for it to go down. Vinny, you said he didn't have many bodies going forward. He didn't need many bodies. Unbelievable finish to the game.
30 more minutes. Vinny wants to hold on to this unbeaten streak as well that he's got against this man in front of him. FUTWIZ win in extra time. They are your Zone 5 FIFA Club World Cup champions. PH has to win to then take us into a Game 5. Please remember that.
Here we go.
Well, 30 more minutes to be played here. I mean, where this has become such an attacking game of FIFA, where players have pulled, you know, other players forward, you're going to see changes. There's one of them, Ronaldinho, on the flip side to down on for Bruno Fernandes. Just those two have been made. PH kicking from left to right in this one. He's looking to go back in front. Could this be the chance? Back to R9 off the post!
He's kept it in. What a chance that was for PH. Cracking the post.
You expect him to find the back of the net there. You just do. There's moments like that that make you think. If you're a FUTWIZ fan,
is it your day?
Is it our day? Is it our tournament? Is this our championship? Here's R9, back inside to Bruno Fernandes. Superb again at the back.
I feel like he could have hit that when it fell into Bruno Fernandes. There was a lot of bodies in the way.
Another tackle defensively. Solid. Vinny is beat. Can he find R9 in a running race with Virgil van Dijk? He comes out on top on that one.
He looks so confident, does Vinny, right now.
He's the #1 ranked on the Xbox PH.
He's playing with emotion, he's playing with passion. He's FUTWIZ Vinny.
Pull it. Runs it out of play. Paul. From the Dutch icon, did well to get forward and involved in that attack. Wins the ball back, just did not get the bounce the right way. Does Vinny again. Strong in the tackle, wins it. Last 3 minutes of this first half. Look at Trent Alexander-Arnold every single time winning the ball back. Absolutely superb. Chance. Still away from danger. A minute of added time. This is one thing that we know about Vinny. He loves to strike in the dying moments. Is this one of them now? Into Ronaldo. CR7 turning. Brilliant block from Virgil van Dijk. Still in the air. And that will do us for half time and extra time.
And breathe. 15 minutes remaining between PH and FUTWIZ Vinny. It's been all FUTWIZ Vinny in this extra time period so far. PH has not even been able to get a foot on the ball.
It's the press. It's the press that Vinny has showed, with Trent especially. And guess what? Still got 15 minutes with a chance for a penalty shootout.
$15 minutes remaining. FUTWIZ Vinny, or will it be PH sending us to a Game 5? I mean, we all want a Game 5 at this point, don't we?
Ramos Comes onto the field with 15 minutes left. How about that one?
Good penalty taker.
We'll be up first. Chance for Vinny. Is there options in the box? Again, runs it out of play.
There will be one more chance in this extra time period.
Back. Again, rushes it with R9.
It's in.
What a ball that is. What a ball. A cheeky chip. R9! And PH in. Remarkable goal and an even better ball through.
He's been under the cosh this entire extra time period. The ball over the top, weighted perfectly, just sat up for R9. And a delicate lob over the top of the goalkeeper to send us potentially into that huge Game 5 scenario.
Six minutes left. Has Vinny got a response? Brilliant goal. I mean, what a weighted through ball that was into R9. In a game that has left us guessing. Final chance for Vinny to send this to a penalty shootout. The lottery. Penalties from the spot might be needed. However, PH just has to sit back and defend it. Can he find a way through, Vinny? As he has time and time again, loves a late goal. Wrong pass there. And that's PH in to send us into a fifth game, in all honesty. He's been asked questions of time and time again, and that will be confirmed. You see the celebration from him, because he had to keep his cool. And that's exactly what he did. That goal from R9, the ball, the finish. I don't know who that was with him, but he was absolutely loving that moment.
And you see the other side of the coin. Footweeds Vinny, heartbroken. 4-3. PH Zin wins. Huge performance from PH Zin, setting us up for that all-important Game 5 that's going to be taking MH7 up against Lugo 07 Aledo. What a game that was. Game 4 wrapped up. Let's head back over to Layla and Spencer to get us ready for Game 5.
There is never a final without some drama. We've had penalties, we've now had restarts, and we're going to the fifth leg. First time we've done that too.
Technically, it's the second time. We thought we'd gone to the fifth game a minute ago. Back. But yeah, I mean, it's good that we did go back, and it's obviously the same outcome, albeit in a slightly different fashion. Extra time needed. And these fuckways late goals are going to be the death of me.
Yes.
Can't keep doing it, surely.
I mean, you literally said that earlier on.
Yeah.
These fuckways late goals are just so pivotal. And, yeah,
they've done it multiple times. Today. Multiple times. Vinny specifically, and he'll be gutted that he got back into extra time and then obviously dropped the goal in extra time there. But it does set up, as you mentioned, the first proper fifth game situation. This is one game to rule all games. Whoever wins it is going to be the Zone 5 champion. Obviously, we know that we're going back to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, I should say, for the fifth game. We know it's going to be MH7, 27th in the world, in the continent, I should say, up against Lugo, who's 40th right now. These guys have played twice in this sequence of games already. First time, 1-1 penalty win for Fuckwiz Lugo. Second time, 1-0 to ELS Torreos MH7. Tight games, not a lot of goals. And this one is going to be ultimately, it really is the decider. Yeah.
I really hate, and we hear this a lot, and it's true, but there's nothing we can do about it, the fact that anything can happen. So let's park that aside. We all know that anything could happen in this fifth game. What do we think's going to happen? What could happen? I
stand by what I said earlier when we thought we were going to this game previously, which is that if it's played in the way that Lugo will want it to, it will be a low-scoring game. And obviously he'd like to nick a win, maybe another penalty win or maybe in normal time. He hasn't scored a lot of goals, but equally hasn't conceded a lot of goals. If it plays into MH7's hands, who is 13th spots, 13 spots higher on the rankings than Lugo, it will be a bit more open and a bit more goals. And I don't think that would suit Lugo because he doesn't tend to score many goals in games. So we'll see. I mean, first goal could be crucial. If Lugo gets it, he can sit back, he can frustrate. If MH7 gets it, Lugo's then got to come out and play. So I'm going to put my neck on the line and I'm going to say whoever scores the first goal will win.
Well, that's exactly where I was going to go next, because you mentioned these late goals, but also early goals have been quite pivotal throughout the sort of finals that we've seen. So whoever scores the first goal, you think will win based on mentality alone, or the fact that there's not going to be many other goals?
Based on the fact that Lugo, if he scores it, he'll frustrate. I think he'll sit back, and it's only a 190-minute fixture at the end of the day. It's not a long game. If MH7 gets it, Lugo's got to come out and play, which won't suit him as much. And that's based on the games we've seen. You know, it's a prediction. What's good about it is there's only 50% chance I'm right. So I'm just playing the odds, really, yeah.
Run with it. Well, it is time now to go to our 5th leg on the PS4, MH7 versus Lugo, for our Zone 5 decider. Who will be the champions? Over to our casters.
Thank you very much. And yeah, here we go then, Richard. This is a game that could be done in 3 or 4. It needs to be done in 5. But back to the PlayStation for a 3rd time in this series. And after quite a lengthy 4th leg that kept us guessing in the end, Piagin was able to keep his nerve and calm and ensure that he sent his team into this all-important chance. They were 2-0 down in the series. They bounced back, and who's going to come out on top? This is the all-important question that will be decided in this next leg of FIFA.
I mean, I've run out of superlatives to describe this series. It's been back and forth. It's been end-to-end. You can't describe it any further. It's literally been the ultimate series. We've had penalties. We've had drama. We've had goals that have been sort of amazing. We've had scrappy goals. We've had tight games. We've had quite expansive matches as well. It's been unbelievable. And the question is, how is it going to end? We know the middle. Well, I should say, we started at the beginning. We know the start. We know the middle. What's going to be the finale? How is it going to end this series?
Yeah, well, as you said, it's going to be MH7 up against Lugo in this one on the PS4. What do we know about these two? Well, they've played twice already in this series. They both shared a result against each other. One via the penalty shootout for Lugo after a 1-1 game. That came in the first game of this series. In the 3rd game, it was a 1-0 result, wasn't it, for MH7 after quite a very dominating game, you'd have to say. It was knocking on the door time and time again. And it took the 87th minute for Cristiano Ronaldo to actually score the goal, the important goal so far in this game.
We're going to see a lot of chances here. It could have been 2 or 3-0. This is leg number 3 between these two. eLigaSul just knocking and knocking and knocking on the door of Team FUTWIZ. You see some unbelievable saves from Schmeichel in goal as well. Pele inside the box, pivoting and striking goalwards. This chance right here, Kylian Mbappe another day. Maybe he passes that across the goal. Schmeichel with a great save, but the opening goal and the breakthrough came in the 86th minute. Cristiano Ronaldo striking across the goalkeeper into that bottom left corner, and somebody clearly enjoying it in the background as well.
Yeah, someone really enjoying that massive goal. Friends, family, coach, whoever it is, all they need to know is that they are into this final matchup. This is how the best of 5 looks. All of our finals across all 6 zones are dealt with in a best of 5. This is the only one that has needed to go to the final wire in the 5th and final matchup. As you said, it was 2-0 to FUTWIZ. They were 2 games up. Fair play to this team that, as you said, topped their conference, topped their group, and have continued to dominate in the knockout stage. Although they've made it difficult for themselves, they have bounced back when they had their sort of backs on the ropes.
Yeah, absolutely. We are moments away from getting into our final game of the finals. Zone 5. It's been a marathon between these two. The question is, who will be finishing first? eLigaSul Torneiros or Team FUTWIZ Brazil?
Yeah, there might be 13 spots between them in the Global Series rankings, but don't look at that by any means with how tightly contested these two have been. For the 2 matches we've already seen, as we said, some serious money on the line for this one. You win it, $23,000 in your back pocket, alongside being crowned the Zone 5 champions in the FIFA Club World Cup. ELS Torneos will, of course, be kicking from left to right in this one. An interesting save from Schmeichel.
Early cross whipped into the box right there. Inside the first sort of 6-7 minutes. You would argue the first goal in this game, a lot more than the Xbox legs, means more. With both players not really high scoring, not really expansive in the final third, certainly better defensively. Whoever can get that first goal on the board, got a good opportunity of winning this title. Pele on the edge of the box.
Well, gives it back to Hullet and Bruno Fernandes. Drops the shoulder, Pele trying to find the right time to feed that ball into the box. What do we know about Lugo? He scored an early goal in the game when they played earlier. Oh, 9! Brilliant goal! 11 minutes into the time.
He said an early goal might be everything. 1-0 up in this final match of the day. Team FUTWIZ Brazil, 1-0 to the good. And what a strike it was from R9 Ronaldo.
Did so well to sort of find a gap between 2 or 3 players there, didn't he? Dropped the shoulder, then cut back inside. And tucks in at the near post. Now they lead. Lugo. Toledo up by that goal to 0. Brilliant start in our final game in the best of 5 series here. No doubt we knew South America was going to be a competitive zone.
Maybe think it would be like this though, no.
Maybe did not expect it was going to be like this game.
You see stats there for the Club World Cup 2021. Lugo, such a pivotal goal in this decisive match 5 right now. All the pressure on Lugo's shoulders. And he's 1-0 up.
Can't imagine how those two would have been feeling. Sitting in the background, watching all of that unfold in game number 4. Chance to come forward for eLigaSul. Their PlayStation player in MH7. No way around the corner that time. Schmeichel able to pick up the pieces. Wins it back again.
It's a good win high up the pitch as well.
That run from Pele. Nearly found the through ball to it.
Again, he's won it high up the pitch.
He's going to take one of these chances though. Pele, lovely ball, chance, goal! That pass from R9.
Beautifully weighted pass right there. Stabbed through the heart of the defence and to the heart of all FUTWIZ fans out there. Pele with the goal. 1 apiece, and he gave it straight back from kick-off as well.
1-1, 30 minutes played. The game's so open and all to play for. It looks the better. Look, R9, he could be through. R9! On the volley. 2 goals in 5 minutes. And the game completely flipped on its head here.
I said he gave the ball away straight from kick-off, whipped into that near post. R9 Ronaldo with a huge finish. You see, that's the team FUTWIZ camp. Maybe a nod of appreciation. Live shots there from MH. But this eLigaSul Torneiros team. Talk about a turnaround. Incredible.
3 goals in 31 minutes. That's what we wanted to see from this game. More goals, more open style of attacking from these two. Seemed like since he conceded, it was a wake-up call. Brilliant ball on the volley. Tuck time so well. And now he's in the driving seat. Lugo. Toledo has to come out and play.
It just shows how quickly games can ebb and flow. You can have the better of the play. You can feel like you're in pole position, and then out of nowhere, 2 goals go in, and you might be conceding a third right now.
Especially when you've got the likes of Pele and Onan in the box. Ronaldo does well to recycle it back to it. Watch that run of Pele again. He'll tease it. Maybe not needing to play it. Didn't want to play it then. Massive run being made by Trent Alexander-Arnold. It was a very audacious ball to go through. Again, look at the space. Another long ball over the top that time. Waited perfectly well for Cristiano Ronaldo. Pulls away for just a simple cut back to Hullet. That one was slightly too forced. Into R9.
Good interception as well on the defensive end of Ruud Hullet. Making sure that he just got in there, got amongst it, turning the ball back over 14 footways. And it's down this left-hand side where back post is on. The back post is on. Ronaldo! Tucking it in. You saw it opening up for that low-driven cross. And just before half-time, Team Footways level up this Zone 5 final match.
The exact type of goal that was scored just about 10 minutes ago. The cross into the volley. The two Ronaldo scoring, one down one end, it was the prime. Oh no, and on the opposite end, it was the Team of the Year item. With a minute to spare in the 5th game in this series, it's given us everything. We are still yet to understand which way this game is going to go or turn. So competitive. You're literally playing a half of FIFA for $23,000.
That is where we stand at half-time. Every single game has brought us to this point right now. 2 apiece with 45 minutes left to play.
I mean, wow. 45 minutes left. Let's talk about those 4 goals we saw in 45 minutes. First one went in, of course, from Lugo. Brilliant goal from R9.
Great dribbling around the box. Couple of fake shots and just opened up the space. That pass there from R9. Usually he's the goal scorer, but turning assister right there. But he did want to get on the score sheet, getting in front of his man, and just a volley past the goalkeeper. And a very similar goal with that low-driven cross. Cristiano Ronaldo getting past Alphonso Davies at the back post and just bundling it into the back of the net.
And straight back into the action in the second half here. Footways from left to right, as always, in that footway strip. Of course, in the white and blue. It is eLigaSul. Torneos online. Their player in MH7. This is the final 45 minutes of this one. Will we need extra time? Will we need penalties? Still so long away from deciding that. Who will be crowned this Zone 5 winner?
He's in.
Could be through. Play R9. Chance for MH7. Can he just find a way past Virgil van Dijk? Really well read at the back by Maldini.
Fantastic defending there. He didn't bite on any tackles. He sort of stood it up and then expected the turn back onto his left foot with Arnal Ronaldo. Great defensive work from Lugo right there.
Chance. Can he cut it back to R9? Tried to. With a big boot of Virgil van Dijk just to block that one. Sure that any power in the shot was completely blocked and there'd be no trouble to his goalkeeper's goal. Two-thirds near enough gone. 2-2 the scoreline. With a 2-2 scenario in the best of 5 as well. One goal at this point to honestly win you this tournament.
Be a short one.
Wants to play it short. Ronaldo turns round. Mbappe also tries to spin on the ball and tries to pivot and find the right chance.
Still alive.
Pele bundled off. Shoulder to shoulder battle. Trent Alexander-Arnold. Final 30 minutes. Brilliant chance there for Mbappe. Just couldn't find what he was looking for, though. And R9 will have a chance to run now. Down that byline. Look at the support in the middle. Pele's there. Can he find a pocket of space in the middle? Brilliant from Ronaldo. One more. What an awful touch.
What on earth is that touch from Ronaldo there? No control over the ball at all. And a big opportunity goes missing there for Team Footwiz. 64 minutes on the clock and a pause being cued here. We're going to look at what both players are playing in-game. It's a 4-2-3-1. Now into the substitutions for MH7. Looking like Pele going to be brought off for Ronaldinho. Eusebio as well for R9 Ronaldo.
And it will actually be a throw-in to Team Footwiz as well. From Ronaldo just sort of sticking out a toe. Got the bounce back his way in a very good position this. Eusebio. To Pele. Can he find the ongoing run of Ronaldo again? It's got to be better from Team of the Year Ronaldo there.
He's up for the first time shot with Cristiano Ronaldo. No contact made on the ball at all. And another chance goes begging.
There's two in quick succession. An awful touch from CR7. And then that shot just didn't even register as he would have wanted it to. Shouldn't even register, let alone being on target. That could be a channel ball. Eusebio, fresh off the bench. The Portuguese icon looks to drop the shoulder. A big tackle. Never a chance of that being a penalty. Won the ball fair and square. 20 minutes left. As I've said again and again, this goal will be the winning goal, you'd like to think.
What a pass.
Massive ball over the top. Is it too heavy, though, for Mbappe? Will he look to whip it into the box? Just about keeps it in. Wins a throw-in. Unfortunately not. Back the other way it goes. Still unsure.
That's a good press up from Mbappe. Just looking at the blue shirts here. There's a lot of bodies in the attacking sort of third of the pitch.
He turns it over. Could be a ball. Ronaldo! Too heavy.
Just running through to Peter Schmeichel right there. What a final this has been.
15 minutes left. 2-2 the scoreline. We need extra time. We'll go there again. Or is there late drama? Ronaldinho. For this eLigaSul team. And then MH7, can he find the gap? Another great tackle. That time Maldini comes out.
So many bodies behind the ball when either player goes forward. Everyone's got to beat 3-4 players in the final third to get a good shot on goal and a good chance registered. Final 10 minutes. Will we have a winning goal?
We're seeing here from Lugo as he's trying to take the sting out of the game. He's been up against this really hard press of MH7. Passes like that from R9 I think would be so simple. Not the case. Imagine this, 90th minute winner for the Zone 5 title in South America. Potentially that could be the case.
It's been a region full of 90th minute goals. Basel yesterday, Vinny yesterday, Vinny today as well. 90th minute goal is what this Zone 5 region have been built upon. It would only be fitting.
Davies. Ronaldinho. Brilliant ball that is. Eusebio now. This could be the chance for MH7. Can't find it again. Literally, Virgil van Dijk and Maldini in sync at the back.
Incredible. Every single time he's looked for that through ball, he's looked for that pass to give him the chance on goal. There's been a body in the way, long one over the top. Davies deals with it, and that will take us into extra time.
We're not done yet. 5 games. We still need more FIFA. Extra time now between these two. 2-2 the scoreline.
Look how even it's been. 4 shots, 4 shots for each player, 2 on target, Possession pretty much even as well, 49 and 51%. Nothing to separate these two at all, and that is how it stands. Even Stevens in Game 5 in our best of 5.
And the third time that these two have played against each other. This is the third time we've been back on the PlayStation. We started on the PS. Lugo won on penalties. Third game, they rematched again. It finished 1-0. Of course, this has been the most high-scoring game from these two players. A brilliant game. And extra time will be needed, as it was in the last game over on the Xbox that we did see between PH and Vinny. Difference is 30 more minutes to conclude the game, to find out who will be walking away with this Zone 5 title. And all that prize money in their back pocket. Smart change. Two of them. Ramos and Neymar. Onto the field for Team Forwards. Late changes too.
He's been a big advocate for that Sergio Ramos coming on and sort of shoring up at the back. Also, when you make substitutions, they're the first penalty takers that step up to the mark. Ramos, a very established penalty taker if it does go to spot kicks.
First half underway. eLigaSul. Torneos on the first attack, if they'll be able to find a way through. Got Ronaldinho, Bruno Fernandes and Eusebio. We're just teeing up a run. Teeing up a chance. Brilliant ball. Bruno Fernandes! Could that be the winner for this side that could be on for the most remarkable sweep? The reverse sweep from being 2-0 down in games in this best of 5 to completely flipping on his head, Richard Buckley.
What a player Bruno Fernandes is. The perfect centre mid, popping up at the perfect time for eLigaSul. Smashing it home into the near post. And again, the pressure piled back on Footwiz to make something of this game.
They have to respond. Simple as that. Mbappe, heel to heel, back to back. Quite an interesting cross there. On the outside the boot. On the weak foot of Alphonso Davies wins a corner. That one into Cristiano Ronaldo. Heads it down into danger. Ronaldinho, of all players, back defending. Still, 3 minutes left of this first half in extra time. Footwiz. And Lugo looking for a way back into it. Sort of a decoy run of Hood, it wasn't used. Chance to break away now, he's got Ronaldo. Teasing the run, Eusebio's there, Mbappe, Bruno Fernandes, he could also be off. Finds back Ronaldinho. And wins a corner, last chance of the half in extra time. Watch out for Ronaldo in that box. Going to be played short. Eusebio, feet of Ronaldo, gets it back to Eusebio again, wants to squeeze it into Ronaldinho. That will do us for half-time in extra time.
I think he could have turned and shot with Cristiano Ronaldo when the ball came into him inside the box there. I think near post might have been open before he gave it back to Eusebio. Again, you see the stats. Real tight in the statistical apartment, but the only stat that matters is the goals. And that is eLigaSul leading 3-2.
Of course, look at the POV of the man that's in control in this game. What do you do? You've got 15 minutes left. You're up by 1-0. Score again?
Yeah, I think that's what you've got to do. You can't necessarily play too defensive. The press is going to be unbelievable from Footwiz Lugo, but with bodies going forward, it means a lot of room in behind that defence, where there's going to be opportunities coming up. That is where you hit him. Potentially get a fourth goal and wrap up Zone 5 FIFA 21 E-Club World Cup in your favour and win it for your team.
They're 15 minutes away from doing so. No doubt the most impressive story in the zone finals we've seen. We've seen 3 of them today. Middle East and Africa, Oceania and South America. 3-2 up, 15 minutes away from completing this incredible reverse sweep 2-0 down in games they were. With their back against the wall, this would definitely solidify. Ronaldo could be in space.
He's passed.
Can he find him? Chance with the ball across, goes on his own.
You have to pass that. Ronaldo is in acres. He's passed through Tully. Just square the ball to him.
This could be another chance. Look at the amount of blue and white shirts. We're in that box. Bruno Fernandes, you got Eusebio. Mbappe's also at the back post. No doubt that ball could have been played earlier. It should have been played earlier.
Another chance.
Chance though will still fall back to him. This is MH7. He's in control. He's up by 3 goals to 2. Could this be the chance to put the game to bed? Looks for the cut back. Eusebio off his line. Collects the ball well. To get the ball forward. Feels like this has got a penalty shootout in it.
For that to happen, there's got to be a goal. We need to see Footwiz do something in the final third, and this could be the chance.
It's a great idea, wasn't it? From Arna into Mbappe. Still has got possession, Lugo. Can he find R9 round the corner? Alphonso Davies. Trying it.
Last chance.
Liking the ball. I mean, talk about nerves. Talk about big match moments. This is one of them. Everything has to be perfect. If there was to be a penalty shootout now, into the box it will go, punched away. Back into possession, maybe. No, that will do us. And the reverse sweep will be concluded. We apologise for the fuzzy webcam images here, but he's off his feet, he's celebrating. They've just completed the reverse sweep. They were 2-0 down in games, Richard, to Team Footwiz. They've come back when they had their backs against the wall, when many people wrote them off. And the duo of MH7 and PAZ have just completed this incredible turnaround.
What a turnaround, and that is your winner. eLigaSul Tornados with the victory. Incredible scenes, 2-0 down in games, turning it around. What a performance, what a team, and what a win.
I mean, they came in, as you said, they topped their conference, they topped their group, but didn't look so convincing in knockout football. I mean, if that's how you want to play, go down 2-0 in a best of 5, then that wakes you up. But there's not many teams that play like that. But what an incredible grand final. That, no doubt, the best zone final we've seen so far here in the FIFA Club World Cup. Commiserations to that team of Lugo. And on the flip side for Vinny, they provided some incredibly entertaining FIFA.
They absolutely did. It was an unbelievable match right there from both players. Back and forth, end-to-end, penalties, late goals, extra time. It literally had everything from start to finish. Investment levels to 1,000 from everybody who was watching right there. We went through the ringer with the players as well. Literally from minute 1 to minute whatever it was, about 470. Ridiculous games.
Incredible games, as we said. Congratulations to that team of ELS Tornados. They have just put themselves, of course, that champion spot in this incredible, difficult zone in Zone 5. Only 12 teams made it to the FIFA E Club World Cup Grand Final. They are the team that stands the strongest out of those 12 names. $23,000 in their back pocket, and the third name to be a zonal winner, a zonal champion, you will say. That is how it concluded, Richard. It needed a 5-part series drama to conclude it, and wow, extra time, penalty shootouts, we did everything in it.
5.5 parts when you look back at that game, but ELS Tornados will be victorious. They'll be joining Zone 1, Direwolves, Zone 3, 25 eSports, and Zone 5, you've just seen who was victorious. Incredible performance, incredible scenes, and that's what the Club World Cup's all about.
It is indeed, even with people playing all around the world in the comfort of their own homes, still getting big games of FIFA, and I think it's about time that we take a break after this incredible day of action. 3 zones done, 3 concluded, but guess what? We're doing it all again tomorrow, so we can't wait for that. We will see you tomorrow, but for now, we're going to throw it back over to Layla and Spencer to talk more about that incredible 5-part just match-up. It was mental.
Absolutely mental. I mean, that was eventful, wasn't it? We had penalties, we had drama, it was really intense, and we have a new Zone 5 champions in ELS Torneos, MH7 and PHZin finally making it happen.
Yeah, they did it in the end. I mean, they came back from that unbelievable 2-0 deficit, if you like, in games. Very hard to do mentally. These are all the goals from the final leg there, obviously. And the goals did come in the end later. The first few matches were a bit tight, weren't they? There wasn't many goals going in, but towards the end, the floodgates opened. It was 1-0 to Torneos. It then became 1-1. And we just keep seeing FIFAe not giving things up. You know, again, that's a lovely goal at the near post there off the low cross, 2-1. But FIFAe's found a way to get back in it time and time again. Very similar goal, this one. This one maybe slightly towards the back post there. 2-2. Look at that time on the clock. Extra time. Ironically, the team that always gets the late goals, FIFAe, did go down to a late goal themselves. After extra time, big credit to Team FIFAe's Brazil, because they've gone the distance there. They've taken them to the last game. They'll be hurting right now because they were 2-0 up in games. And that is, I mean, you really want to be putting it away at that point, don't you? But you've got to look at the bigger picture. 4th in qualifying, 2nd in their group. They probably never felt like they were going to win it at any point until they were 2-0 up. Whereas Torneos Online have looked like the team to win from minute 1, and they've done it over the period of months and months of qualifying, the group stage and the knockouts. They have been statistically the best team, I think it's fair to say. So, worthy winners.
A really intense time throughout, in the sense that it was just so close the whole time. We spoke earlier about the matchup being almost perfect and how close they are to each other. And you also said, and I think this is what it came down to in the end, is that it depended on who could adapt the quickest, having learnt about the other team and having spent so long in the 5 games that we played here, learning about each other's gameplay. And it looked like Torneos did adapt the right way.
When they had to win, they did. You know, they had the first few games, maybe they feel out their opponent, maybe they're a little bit disappointed with their performances in those first few games, but then when it mattered, they came up clutch. You know, even in that 4th match that had the little repeat second half controversy, they still had to do the job and they got the job done.
Yes.
You know, and that's testing. It's testing for both teams, but ultimately they were the ones with the uphill battle because they took that 2-0 deficit and they recovered.
And pivotal that they didn't lose their head in that moment either, because that's a time that's very easy to just sort of lose your cool.
Of course, we've seen a lot of head loss today, mostly from the casters.
Yes.
But they kept it when it mattered there, and they'll be delighted with that. You know, it's a long effort. It started months and months ago. You know, the back end of 2020, and to be crowned champions now. I mean, let's remember, this is the biggest event of this kind of E-Club World Cup we've seen before in terms of the amount of teams trying to qualify for it, and that includes the length of the qualification. You've never had so much time pass from when you started to try and qualify to when you actually won. And so it will be a massive weight off their shoulders. It's a huge moment for their careers. I mean, PHZin, we know, is already doing fantastic things. He's joint first on the Xbox in South America. This just adds to his credibility right now as a top player for sure. But credit to MH7. He had to do the heavy lifting there. He had to play 3 times.
Yes.
And if he hadn't played well, they wouldn't have won. Simple as that. So MH7 is currently 27th on the PlayStation in South America. He's going to feel like he's actually a bit better than that.
Well, that's what I would like to talk about first, is the players individually, because MH7 did have to put in the groundwork there. What would this win mean to him?
Oh, it mean the world to him. It mean the world to him, mean the world to his club. But yeah, for him personally, he would have felt probably, we certainly said it, that he was the, I don't want to, not the poor relation, but you know, he was the weaker part of the team, if you like, in terms of stats. But he's proven that's not the case. They wouldn't have won without him, and he did very well.
And for RH, I'm going to say his name wrong, PHZin.
Yeah.
I was going to say RHZin then. PHZin, obviously he already was held in high regard. This will only help.
Yeah, he has a different kind of pressure, doesn't he? Which is that he's at the top and everyone wants to knock him off his block, basically, don't they? But he's kept his name there, you know, he's kept his position. He's going to be seen now, if he wasn't already, as like the main man in South America. I truly believe that. Even Nicholas, you know, who's always been a big name in South America. Resende's a man that's up there as well. But he's got an E-Club World Cup to his name, and that's not many people can say that.
And not only individually, but as a club, this is the moment for them. Absolutely brilliant today, really intense games, but it is, of course, ELS Torneos that walk away as your Zone 5 champions. We'll see you again tomorrow, where we have even more games.
Here for the heart, y'all came here for the game. I came here for the sport. Y'all came here for the fame. I came here for the heart. Y'all came here for the game. I came here for the sport. Yeah. Run it. We gon' stay 100. Run it. Give it all or nothing. Run it. We gon' stay 100.
Well, the last person who played was MH. Oi, quem